the unthinkable happened. More than 2 weeks ago, Donald Trump was almost assassinated, and everybody in the world has probably heard about it, including you. I am not going to tell you more about the reports. That is not the purpose of this presentation. There are many theories, there are many stories into what has happened, but I'm going to let the experts and the politicians deal with this enormous thing of Donald Trump had almost died. He was almost killed 2 weeks ago. Instead, what I want to look with you is the future of America. Because there were two particular things when I was watching, together with my wife, the event unfolding with the assassination attempt of Donald Trump. The first thought that I had when I saw him, as you see here on the picture, as he was waving his hand, and then there was the American flag flying behind him, I was thinking to myself, he won the election. If he is going to survive until November the 5th, he is going to win the election. No doubt about it. But then the second thought that came to my mind after a couple of minutes as I was contemplating on what has happened was that probably we had the first shooting in the Civil War. Now, if you have paid a little bit of attention of American politics and how things have been unfolding in the past couple of years, there has been this talking about the coming Civil War. And I was thinking to myself, well, Trump didn't die, and that's a good thing. Who knew what would have happened in the nation if he would have been killed? But he didn't die, but still the first shot was taken at Trump, and it is the Civil War that we are simply seeing unfolding. Together with you, I want to look at the future of America, and we are going to look at history, and we are going to look at Bible prophecy to see where the world is headed, and especially America's destiny. We begin this presentation going to a man by the name of Martin Armstrong, who has been a fascinating analyst, whom some people look up to, and some people, they just simply reject him. Now, Martin Armstrong has been using quiet analysis, which is complicated to say the least, through the computer models that he has been using about what is going to happen at these particular years. And so 2016, his computer models saw that there would be the rise of an insurgency presidential candidate akin to a third party. Or in other words, a party realignment which just so happened to be Republican. And then in 2024, he was basically saying that there will not be the election will not be accepted by either side, and that it may be the last presidential election in American history. For 2024 and 2025, the models have been predicting civil unrest in the nation, and election in 2028 may not even happen. So Martin Armstrong is basically looking at all the developments and all the data and all the information, and he's seeing that something big is about to happen. Now, on his website, he said on the 20th of March 2024 that this year, 2024, begins a sharp change in sentiments and a directional change, followed by a major turning point in 2025. That's what we are going to look at today. Now, I just want to put it out to you quickly that we are not date settings. We are not putting events or certain turning points and saying that it must happen in that particular time. But still, the analysts, the historians, as we are going to see, are seeing changes taking place in our society as never before. And he's saying that a major turning point is something that we are going to see. He also said in his analysis of the time between 2024 to 2032, is that we are looking at the collapse of Republican forms of government. So in other words, the way the country is structured, with time, we are going to see the democratic demolition of it. And it's fascinating when we are looking at the analysis of Martin Armstrong and recognizing of what is happening in Venezuela. Just a couple of days ago, the Socialist Party is said to have won the election, but the opposition doesn't want to accept the election results. So there is now turmoil in the country. And I've been watching the history, or rather the news, and thinking of historical patterns of what has been, and also connecting it to our present time with America. I was thinking to myself, do we actually see what happens in Venezuela right now, what we will see in November? After all, Martin Armstrong said the 2024 election, nobody is going to, if this side wins, the other side is not going to accept it. What we see in Venezuela, is that just a precursor of what we will see in November? Time will tell. Now, let me draw your attention to a book called The Fourth Turning, an American Prophecy. This book was published in 1997, so this is before the 9/11 time. This is before the financial crash of 2008. And these historians, two historians that are absolutely fascinating hypotheses that they have put forth, is that history seems to go in cycles. Well, we are progressing forward, but it is going forward in cycles. And these cycles are 80 to 100 years, where you could divide the cycle into 4 particular time periods. Now, we're going to go and look into those 4 parts of the cycles, but it is absolutely amazing how these historians are putting forth this hypothesis, which they say that we can go back at least 500 years in Anglo-Saxon world, from Europe and onwards to America, and see patterns repeated. Now, they are saying that this is a book that turns history into prophecy. And that history is cyclical, is these 4 phases. There is the high, which is the renaissance to community life. Usually when I'm explaining this time period, it is basically a time when most, if not all, of society is agreeing upon major elements that are important. So on moral issues, on spiritual issues, and so on, that there is a unity among people in society. But that status quo is challenged, usually by the younger generation, to which the historians Strauss and Howe are calling the awakening. So here we have a dramatic challenge against the high assumption of society. New spiritual and social ideals burst forth. And as a consequence, society is now unraveling, because certain segment of society embraces the cultural forces, but other ones want to remain in the status quo. And this leads to culture wars, because there are a group of people that are resistant to it, and which eventually leads to the crisis. Arise in response to sudden threats previously ignored or deferred, but which are now perceived as dire. And that is the end of crisis. And they call it the death of an old order and a rebirth of something new. So here you have the 4 phases in a cycle, which they are saying usually lasts 80 to 100 years. And after that, you have the 4 phases again, and a new cycle, and a new cycle, and a new cycle. And they have shown pretty interesting, how should we say it, looking back into history, finding the right patterns, and as historians also seeking to predict of where the world, and especially America, is about to go. Now, how can we offer this prophecy, they say, with such confidence? They say because it's all happened before many times. And here you have the turnings going all the way back to the 400s, and the late 400s and the early parts of the 1500s. You have the cycle going, and you have the same thing. So if we look at the awakening cycle, we have the Protestant Reformation, and then a cycle later we have the Puritan Awakening, and then the Great Awakening, then the Transcendental Awakening, which interestingly enough ends in 1844, which I believe is a prophetic date. But then you have the Third Great Awakening, and then the Consciousness Revolution, which they call the first awakening, the first spiritual revival, which was non-Christian in the western part of the world, that had global impact. So basically you have the cycles, and the cycle always ends in a crisis. So whether it's the Armada crisis, the Glorious Revolution, the American Revolution, the Civil War, and the Great Depression, they always end in a crisis. So you have the cycles, as I told you, and now we're going to look at the cycle where we are at the moment. So imagine yourself that you are, as a society, you have just gone through the Great Depression and the Second World War, and now America, which won the Second World War, is becoming the leading country of the world, the most powerful nation in the world, military, economically, powerful allies all over the world. And the United States leads the world forward. And so you have in this cycle what the historians are calling the American high from 46 to 64. And the American high is a time of society where there is a high morality. There is a consensus, a unity upon the most important things in life. So there is a consensus. But the status quo, interestingly enough, was challenged by the younger generation who became the hippie generation, who became the part of the consciousness revival taking place in the 60s up until the 80s. But what is it that makes it interesting is that the society is now becoming polarized. And then we come into the third part, the culture war part, which they call it, from 84 to 2005. They put a question mark because, remember, the book was published in 1997. But what they are basically saying there is that society since then has been going through this culture war. There are those who are wanting to follow traditional values, and then there are those who want to come with new values. I hope that as you are listening to this, that you are starting to realize how the West has been changing. And yes, we are going to look at Donald Trump, and we are going to look at the prophetic future of America, but we have to understand how come the nation and the Western world, for that matter, is in this is in this state, is in this spiritual, moral condition. Well, there's the culture war. Two segments. And what you're basically saying, and what the historians are saying, is that society, as you come into the third phase of the cycle rather, that there is the polarization of society where the center is basically left completely. There are people on the right, there are people on the left, there are people that are following traditional values, there are people that want to follow the new moral values, and it is polarizing. And it is especially going to be seen in politics. Now my question to you is that what we are seeing? That is exactly what we are seeing. We are seeing the polarization of society, not just in America, but all around the world. In my country, here in Finland, where I live, and I'm from Sweden, we see the polarization as never before. It's a global phenomena. It's because we have entered into the last part of the phase, which, according to the historians, is the millennial crises. And they are basically saying is that in this part, something is going to trigger it. Did you remember what Martin Armstrong said? There will be a major turning point. Now, this is the turning point. This is the fourth turning. Something of previous crisis events is going to happen in our world where the old order is going to die and a new one is going to come. Now, in order to quote, this is what they are saying, that the next fourth turning is due to begin shortly after the new millennium. They say around the year 2005, but historians who are analyzing what they are saying, and they themselves say it came 2008 with the financial crash. A sudden spark will catalyze a crisis mood. Remnants of this old social order will disintegrate. Political and economic trust will implode. Real hardship will beset the land with severe distress that could involve questions of class, race, nation, and empire. Yet this time of trouble will bring seeds of social birth. Americans will share a regret about recent mistakes and a resolute new consensus about what to do. The very survival of the nation will feel at stake. Sometime before the year 2025, America will pass through a gate in history commensurate with the American Revolution, Civil War, and twin emergencies of the Great Depression and World War II. So basically, as we are soon probably going to experience this crisis event, it is going to be a new birth for the nation, and that the previous polarization, the previous division is going to be undone, and instead a new order has come up. And interestingly enough, not only these historians, but other historians and thinkers and philosophers and occultists have been predicting that something is going to happen around the time of 2025. Fascinating insights. Now, we are Victor Davis Hansen, born Tucker Carlson, that we are in the middle of a revolution. And he says the next 12 months will be the most explosive in history. I think he's right. Now, they say that many despair that values that were new in the 1960s are today so entwined with social dysfunction and cultural decay that they can no longer lead anywhere positive. Through the current unraveling era, that is probably true. Remember, that's when they are writing the book. But in the crucible of crisis, that will change. This will require, listen to this, a value consensus, and to administer it, the empowerment of a strong new political regime. So what they are basically saying is that as we are entering into the new cycle, the last cycle is gone, and from the crisis we are entering into, they are basically saying what? A value consensus is going to be, and it has to be administered through a power political regime. So the question is, what has this to with America's future? What will happen to democracy? What will happen to the forms of government? Now, it's interesting if you look at other theories of where America is headed, and likewise the western part of the world, that you have probably heard, if not, about the black swan theory. Now, that is a theory of events, and it is a metaphor used to describe an event that comes as a surprise. And it has a major effect, and is often inappropriately rationalized after the fact with the benefit of hindsight. The term is based on a Latin expression which presumed that black swans did not exist. So basically, this theory is saying that certain cataclysmic events might happen, and the way people are not only interpreting the event, but the way they are trying to survive after this, the way they are trying to solve the situation that might have come about, is what the Wikipedia definition says: it is inappropriately rationalized, and it may have severe consequences due to it being an extreme rarity, severe impact, and the widespread insistence that they were obvious in hindsight. In other words, when you are looking back, once the event has happened, people are like, how could we have not seen it? That's what it basically says. So, are we towards a third world war? Are we towards a nuclear apocalypse? Are we towards a crisis of apocalyptic measures as it comes to a financial crisis? What about the environment that we are seeing collapsing all over the world? In other words, we might not have only one kind of an event. We may even have several events happening at the same time approximately, leading to complete dysfunction of society. Now, in this presentation, I have now presented to you the fourth turning, setting the stage. In other words, we are seeing all over that something is boiling, something is cooking, and it doesn't look good. The polarization that we see in society is as bad as it probably can get, but trust me, it can get worse. And the question, as I have asked several times now, is what is going to happen? That is what we are going to go through in the rest of this presentation. And what I'm going to present to you in the next couple of minutes is what the book of Revelation has to say, especially in chapter 13, about the prophetic future of America. And we are going to look at the Adventist scenario of end-time events. Now, I am an ordained pastor of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. I have been a baptized member of the Adventist Church since 2011. And the way I came to Jesus, the way I came to Christ, was through Bible prophecy. And what is absolutely amazing is that the Adventist scenario of the end times is exactly what we are seeing in the world today. So what is it? Basically, in the book of Revelation, chapter 13, there are two superpowers that we are getting into, basically are described for us. And these superpowers are going to unite at the end of time, just before the return of Jesus. And what they are going to do is that they are going to legislate morality and worship upon all the world. And here we have the context for the mark of the beast. Now, this is the overview. In Revelation 13, 1-10, we are invited to look into this apocalyptic beast who is called the Antichrist or the man of sin in other parts. And the way we can identify who this power is that the very details that the Revelation 13 gives us about a lion, a bear, a leopard, and this dragon is actually used in Daniel chapter 7. So in other words, if we understand the book of Daniel, especially Daniel chapter 7, we can understand who this beast power is in Revelation chapter 13. And we have a sequence of kingdoms because these beasts, these animals, are symbolized by empires, by superpowers that have come chronologically after one another. We have Babylon and Medo-Persia, Greece and Rome. And Daniel chapter 7 says that out of the fourth beast, a little horn would come up, and the little horn is the same as the beast power in Revelation 13. And Adventists, together with many other Protestants, by the way, have correctly identified that the first superpower that we read in Revelation 13 is the papacy. And this is amazing Because prophecy says in verse 3 and 4 that just before Jesus returns, although this power might have received a deadly wound, the deadly wound is going to get healed. And the Bible says that all the world will wonder after the beast. But how is that going to happen? Revelation 13 gives us the answer, because it is in chapter 13, verses 11 to 18, that we are describing this power that looks like a lamb but speaks like a dragon. Let me ask you, in the book of Revelation, and actually all throughout the Old and New Testament, who does the lamb symbolize? It is none other than Jesus, right? But here we have a power that comes onto the scene and will become a super major power that is going to eventually cooperate with the papacy, with the Roman Catholic Church, and it is described as a lamb-like beast, which tells me that this power has something to do with Jesus. This power has something to do with at least claiming to be Christ-like. But prophecy says it speaks like a dragon. All throughout the book of Revelation, especially chapter 12, verse 9, the Bible says that the dragon is none other than Satan. So here we see the great controversy between good and evil, between Christ and Satan. Here we see that this nation, claiming to be Christ-like, a lamb-like beast, is actually speaking like a dragon. And if we would have more time, we would see that in prophecy, the way a nation speaks is speaking through its legislation. So the very legislation that comes is coercive. It is satanic, but all doing this in the name of Jesus Christ. It's also called the false prophet, and Adventists have identified the second power as the United States of America, but it's not just America is in the totality of a government, but it's a religious element that has been identified as fallen apostate Protestantism. And the steps of end-time events, according to Revelation 13, is, if you read in verse 13 and onwards, is like this. The Bible says that fire from heaven will come down upon people. And if you interpret it symbolically, which I believe the book of Revelation should be done, we see that it is supernatural signs, wonders, and miracles that is taking place, leading to a spiritualism and a false revival. Now, the spiritualism and the false revival leads people to become deceived. Why? Because it's not the spirit of truth that has come upon the people. It is the spirit of deception that has come upon the people. And what happens as people are being deceived by this global revival? Now, I believe that there will be a true revival, a godly revival at the end of time. But just as God pours out His Holy Spirit, Satan is going to pour out his spirit. And what is so remarkable with this understanding is that this revival is not going to be outside of Christianity. This is going to be inside Christianity, of people claiming to be followers of Jesus Christ, but they have been deceived. Now, prophecy continues to say that as people have been deceived, they are going to create the image of the beast, and that is going to lead to the mark of the beast. Why is this important? You see, many times people are looking at fulfillment of Bible prophecy and looking at how close is actually the return of Jesus. And people are saying that, because the mark of the beast has not come yet, we can chill out, we can rest, we don't have to do anything. We can just rest and take it easy. But we have to understand that there are steps, there is a process of events leading to the mark of the beast. And if we can discover that process, we are going to see how it is going to lead to the mark. The mark of the beast is basically the very last product. It is the result, basically. And that's what we are going to look at. America has been prophesied in Bible prophecy. Trust me, it is powerful, powerful news. But this nation, which has for many, many years and been a nation that has respected religious liberty, liberty of conscience, as we are going to see, something is going to change. A process is going to occur, and people are going to build the so-called image of the beast. Now, what's the image of the beast? It's very easy. The image of the beast is basically a replica of what the first beast was like. Remember, in the creation story, the Bible says that humanity was created in the what? In the image of what? God. Exactly. It's in the image of God. And that doesn't mean that humanity was God. It simply meant that humanity was supposed to be a reflection of who God is. Same thing at the end of times. In this false revival, in Protestant America, especially as we are going to see, and that is going to go global, by the way, now this is going to lead to a building of a replica of the first beast. So the question is, who is the first beast? That's the papacy. How was the papacy ruling during the Dark Ages? It did it by the unity of church and state. So if you can get up to the PowerPoint presentation here, you can see that the image of the beast in Adventist scenario has been the unity of church and state. So in other words, the New World Order, so to speak, is not necessarily, it is not a secular, godless government. It is instead the opposite, where the church is going to unite with the state as it was during the Middle Ages, and it is going to lead to the mark of the beast. Now, what's the mark of the beast? Now, the beast, the papacy, as we have discovered, the Bible says it has a mark. Now, interestingly, that in the Old Testament, the Bible says that God also has a special mark. God also has a special sign. God also has a special kind of seal of authority. And that is the fourth commandment in the Ten Commandments. And that is nothing else than the seventh-day Sabbath. And Bible prophecy predicted in Daniel chapter 7, verse 25, that the papal power would actually change times and laws. What it basically says there is that the Sabbath of the Ten Commandments, which falls on the seventh day, on Saturday, would by the papacy, after Jesus and after the apostles, be changed and become the Sunday. Jesus didn't change the Sabbath. The apostles didn't change the Sabbath either. It came much later through the papacy. And so the mark is basically the enforcement of religious law, which leads to persecution of everybody who do not pay homage to the mark of the beast, to the special seal of authority of the papacy. In other words, it is the judicial enforcement of Sunday as a national day of rest, leading to persecution of Sabbath keepers and anti-Sabbath laws. In a nutshell, I have presented to you the Adventist scenario of the end of times. In Protestant America, there's going to be a political movement, a religious movement that is going to come closer and closer and closer together, so much so that an image is going to be set up, a unity of church and state is going to occur, and it will eventually result in enforcing Sunday upon all people. I know that if it's the first time that you are hearing this, that you are probably thinking, what am I that I'm listening to? But Adventists have been very careful in on how they have presented it. In this wonderful book, The Great Controversy, which has this powerful subtitle here under, Will Two Former Rivals Unite? Speaking, of course, about the Vatican, the papacy, the Roman Catholic Church, and Protestant America. And the author of the book, Ellen White, says that when the leading churches of the United States, uniting upon such points of doctrine as are held by them in common, shall influence the state to enforce their decrees and to sustain their institutions, then Protestant America will have formed an image of the Roman hierarchy, and the infliction of civil penalties upon dissenters will inevitably result. She continues to say that the image of the beast represents that form of apostate Protestantism which will be developed when the Protestant churches shall seek the aid of the civil power for the enforcement of their dogmas. Listen very carefully. Now, some people, when they are reading this, they think to themselves, who cares? This is not even happening. I'm going to show to you that this is happening right before our very eyes. And this presentation is going to be a long presentation, but at least we have all the material covered so you know where to go if you want to go back and listen to it again, or tell people you should really listen to that part of the presentation. Look at the process. The churches are uniting upon common points. Number one, that is going to lead to an alliance in which they are going to go to the what? The what? Tell me, come on. The state to enforce legislation. She doesn't go into what the legislation is, but this unity of church and state will inevitably lead to the persecution of those who do not fall into the mainstream. That's how it always has been. And Protestants especially should know from their history when church and state unites. That's why Protestants have championed religious liberty, liberty of conscience, free speech, and many of these wonderful individual rights, as we are going to see later on, which is under attack, not only by the left, but as I'm going to show you, up from the right as well. Second point, Ellen White is so prophetic in her describing here, is that it says that when the Protestant churches, if we go back and see the previous quote that we read, she said that when the leading churches of the United States. Why is this important? It is because somebody might say, will America legislate an established church or religion? That is not going to happen. That's not what Ellen White says. That is not the Adventist scenario. The Adventist scenario is not that there is going to be this established only one church that people have to follow. She says that when the leading churches come together and when the leading churches unite, they are forming a religious and political alliance, you see? And they are going to go to the state. And this is what Adventists have understood as the image of the beast. This is going to be very important, as we will see in a couple of minutes. Let me read to you another quote from Testimonies to the Church, written in 1885. She says, by the decree enforcing the institution of the papacy in violation of the law of God, our nation will disconnect herself fully from righteousness. Listen to this. When Protestantism shall stretch her hand across the gulf to grasp the hand of the Roman power, when she shall reach over the abyss to clasp hands with spiritualism, when under the influence of this threefold union our country shall repudiate every principle of its constitution as a Protestant and Republican government, and shall make provision for the propagation of papal falsehoods and delusions, then we may know that the time has come for the marvelous working of Satan, and that the end is near. The papacy is going to unite with Protestantism, but it's going to unite with spiritualism. And as this revival is taking place, under this threefold union, we just read that every principle of the Constitution as a Protestant and Republican, what? Government is going to be repudiated. Interesting that Martin Armstrong had a similar insight into this, and that is what the Adventist scenario has been looking like. Now, Donald Trump is a fascinating man, and he is running for office again for the second time to become the President of the United States. I am not telling you, if you are an American citizen, if you are to vote for him or vote against him. That is up to you and to your conscience. But what I'm presenting to you is that we are seeing prophecy being fulfilled. Listen to what Trump said for a particular event for national religious broadcasters where pastors and priests and other religious leaders assembled.
Ladies and gentlemen, with your help and God's grace, the great revival of America begins on November 5th, 2024. We'll be able to do it because you're the people we want to hear from, the pastors and the ministers and the rabbis. The people in this room are the people we want to hear from, and they have to have a political voice. You know, if you think about it, you have men, you have women, and you have religion. If you look at it, you have more than the men, you have more than the women. You have such power, but you weren't allowed to use that power, and you're now allowed to use it. I get in there, you're going to be using that power at a level that you've never used it before. It's going to bring back the churchgoer. I mean, you have to see. I don't like the charts when I see charts where they're going in the wrong direction. We don't like that. We're going to bring it back, and I really believe it's the biggest thing missing from this country. It's the biggest thing missing. We have to bring back our religion. We have to bring back Christianity in this country. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I make you a simple promise. In my first term, I fought for Christians harder than any president has ever done before. You know that. You know that. And I will fight even harder for Christians with 4 more years in the White House. We did things that the likes of which nobody has ever done for Christians in this country, and I'm very proud of that and honored by it. Evangelists like the late, great Pat Robertson, who was a great gentleman, got to know him very well.
Trump is speaking to these religious leaders, and he's saying that there is going to come a revival. Fascinating stuff. But he is basically saying that we are going to do something about the situation in which we are in. And if you vote for me, I am going to give Christians a power that they have never had before. What we are seeing here, my friends, is what I said, the process of events, which is unfolding before our eyes, and we are seeing this scenario taking place, and it's getting stronger and stronger and stronger. In the book Great Controversy, we read that the papists, Protestants, and worldlings will alike accept the form of godliness without the power, and they will see in this union a grand movement for the conversion of the world and the ushering in of the long-expected millennium. Here we have papists, Protestants, and secular people are going to join this movement, and it is going to be popular. It is going to be such a movement that people cannot resist, or people cannot stand against it. Now, how has this happened? Let me tell you a little bit of historical background to how we have come here. Now, with an understanding of the cycles, remember the cycle that I told you a couple of minutes ago with the 4 phases, right? What happened during the 60s is that a non-Christian revival occurred in America and in the western part of the world. And what it did was that it challenged the traditional values of Christianity, which has been the bedrock and foundation for American society for many, many generations. And what you had as a consequence is Christians reacting to this. Now, there are philosophers and there are academics who are basically saying that there is a Hegelian dialectic. What you are saying here is that you have the type and then you have the antitype, and as these two are rubbing themselves together, there is going to come the synthesis. So what came as a result? Now you had the traditional values, you have this let's say New Age revival or the things of that nature, and so Christians, they felt reacting. And so here we see on the page here that the rise of the modern Christian religious right in the US came as a counter-reaction to the ideologies of the so-called New Age awakening of the 60s and 70s. So if you are old enough or well-versed in this topic, you probably recognize the name Jerry Falwell, Robert Grant, Pat Robertson, James Dobson are the people that laid this ideology. Then we have Paul Weyrich and Edwin Fuellner creates in 1973 a conservative think tank called the Heritage Foundation. Put it on your minds. We will come back to it at the end of the presentation. And during the 80s, Ronald Reagan's presidency was pivotal for the Christian right in American politics, because that was the time of the culture wars, the upheaval which has been taking place, and now we are in the crisis. So you have the polarization where you have those of traditional values going towards the political right, let's call it that way. And then those who are embracing this new form of morality, where it is not the traditional conservative but the more liberal one, they are embracing the left, if we can use this spectrum. And the center, which has existed before, is simply non-existent. That's where it leads to. Now, what has happened because of this is that secularism became, for Christians, the greatest enemy and the greatest threat to America. As a consequence, this threat united both conservative Christians, conservative Protestants, and conservative traditional Catholics, because they said that secularism must be defeated. And the question is, will the future of American government be godless, secular, or theocratic? Now, the Adventist scenario is very clear. When the leading churches of the United States, uniting upon such points of doctrine as are held by them in common, shall influence the state to enforce their decrees. Now, what is secularism? Secularism can be understood as you can give two explanations to it. Secularism can be a form of government, but in that sense, the current nations in Europe are considered secular. There is a separation of church and state that came about in the 1700s, the 1800s, and onwards. But if we talk about secularism as a culture, then we recognize that secularism has this mix of beliefs that is other than Christian. And it is usually non-theistic. It may be pagan, it may be non-religious, but it's these beliefs as meta-narratives, or not meta-narratives, but as dominant narratives in the culture that becomes the secular culture. And so when we are now going to go through how come the political right with the religious right, especially in the MAGA, in the Make America Great movement, is seeing this powerful unity of church and state coming together, we must recognize that as they are talking about secularism, they are usually conflicting the two. Because they say secularism sometimes as the form of government and sometimes the culture. Now let me say this. I am a strong supporter of a secular form of government. I thank God for the separation of church and state, because whenever church and state has united in history, it has always led to the persecution of those who have other thoughts, disagreements, dissenters, as we saw in the Great Controversy. Now, I do not agree with secular culture, you see? So that's why we have to see through when the arguments are being presented. In 1994, evangelicals and Catholics together toward a common mission. This was a time, especially in America, a very particular event which combined several theologians and philosophers and religious leaders to discuss how do we stand ecumenically, evangelicals and Catholics. And this is what it said in the book. Growing out of a historic seminar in the spring of 1994, this bold statement with its probing questions admits the deep differences in Roman Catholic and evangelical attitude towards the church, papal authority, and the sacraments. So in other words, doctrinally speaking, 30 years ago, the evangelicals, they were distant from the papacy. But listen to this. The unity between the two must happen. That's the scenario. That's what we have been saying so far. So if it is not going to be based upon necessary biblical doctrines, what other doctrines can unite? Well, if the secular culture presents certain beliefs in the area of morality, then could it be that there is a unity upon moral doctrines? Listen to this. But it also holds that with more openness and more clarity about continuing doctrinal differences, enough common ground can be found to engage the larger enemy of skepticism that threatens the country's foundation. So there is a common ground, and it's a common mission. But what's the common mission? The common mission is not the preaching of the gospel, because evangelical gospel and the Catholic gospel is basically two different messages. One says we are justified by faith, the other says we are justified by faith and works. And there are many, many other doctrinal issues which we could say that there is no common mission. But listen, there is an enemy. Where Protestantism and Catholicism were enemies against each other, now with this other enemy of secularism, skepticism, that is trying to change the culture of the nation through these certain beliefs, that is trying to give a new worldview to people. Now we have a common mission, and it has to be done not only spiritually, but especially politically. The common mission, as we see in the 1994 and of course onwards, is a political mission that evangelicals and Catholics are on. 20 years later, in 2014, you had the evangelical leaders, many of them, James Robison and others, Kenneth Copeland, together with the man in white. Pope Francis was meeting with them, and they were discussing what can we do together on this common mission that we all have. And they were basically saying, with the leading of Tony Palmer, that the protest is over. The protest is over. Why are you Protestants anymore? Why are you not Catholics? So prophecy was indeed fulfilling. And this is what I've been trying to allude to in several of my comments before. But basically, the pendulum is swinging all the time. And remember, during the Dark Ages, the pendulum had been swinging so much to conservatism, so much to religion, so much to the church, so much to all of that eventually, because of the oppressive power of the church, as unity of church and state had occurred, it was so interesting that as this Enlightenment period came, the 1700s and the 1800s, the pendulum in the western part of the world has been swinging it all the way back to ultra-liberalism. Fascinating stuff. Absolutely fascinating stuff. And the ultra-liberalism is something that we are going to come back to several times in this presentation. So you have the political right and you have the political left, and the pendulum is swinging. The pendulum is swinging. And we are going to see how the pendulum from ultra-liberalism is going to go back to ultra-conservatism. Where we have separation of church and state, we are going to go back to the unity of church and state. And probably the Paris Olympics, if you have been watching the opening ceremony, you can clearly see how the ultra-liberalism mindset is so rampant in Western culture. Whether that was a denigration of the Lord's Supper or not, I'm not going to go into that debate. But it was truly a pagan feast that was presented. And Christians are seeing something is happening. And many people in society are seeing that people are just, what has happened? What is going on? So there are social problems in society as we are seeing the ultra-liberalism going forward in society. You have LGBTQ plus agenda going forward, where many Christians are feeling, to be honest, that a man is a man and a woman is a woman, but even these fundamental definitions of biology, we can just change it because of the liberal mindset, the autonomy of trying to liberating oneself from whatever statements or definitions which may seem to be coercive or oppressive. Of course, the LGBTQ plus agenda is gaining ground and is getting into schools. So Christians, and I would say many common sense people, are saying that I don't want my children to be taught that kind of sexual philosophy. I want to have the only right as a parent to give to my son, my daughter, what is true about this topic. Likewise, cultural Marxism and woke ideology is so much present in our society. And there is the cancel culture, mainstream media bias, censorship, the economy, and on and on and on. We could go and present to you many other topics where we see that the pendulum is swinging, but as we are going to see, there is a reaction. In the polarization, there is a reaction. And the question that we are going to ask ourselves in the next part of the presentation, what is the solution that conservative thinkers give to these social problems? That is going to be our next part in this presentation, because Trump, believe it or not, is a major factor in how society is not only getting more polarized, but all the ideological factors that is happening here, how the pendulum is swinging back. Listen to this very interesting comment.
Are you concerned that Trump might be elected again shortly?
I think it's very likely. And if it happens, it is likely to be the kind of like the death blow to what remains of the global order. And he says it openly. Now again, it should be clear that many of these politicians, they present a false dichotomy, a false binary vision of the world, as if you have to choose between patriotism and globalism, between being loyal to your nation and being loyal to some kind of, global government or whatever.
Fascinating stuff. Trump is going to bring about an end to the global order if he is going to be elected. Fascinating stuff. What's the global order? The global order is the liberalism which they perceive, this man perceives it as a good thing, but this new political ideology, as we are going to see, is absolutely amazing. You see, what happened in 2015 and 2016, first in Brexit, and then with the MAGA movement of Trump, and of course all the conservative parties that have gained momentum in other parts of the Western world, and likewise in South America and Central America, is a political earthquake. What has been the mainstream ideas has been completely challenged, and that is what we are seeing here. And we are going to go in this presentation to the post-liberal order, a new society built upon the common good. Now, what's the post-liberal society? Now, basically, it is saying that the liberal project, which has been focusing on individualism, it has gone so far towards this extreme part that many of the reasons why we have a society like we have with all the social problems is embedded in the liberal project, where we see only its natural consequences coming about. And they are saying that, no, we need to create now a post-liberal project. And instead of focusing on individualism, now we have to focus on the common good. We have to focus on the greater good. We have to focus on the welfare of the society, where we, each of us, make up together that the total well-being of others. I'm not questioning that they are skeptical towards individualism, but we must remember that liberalism was, as I'm going to show to you, a natural consequence of the tyranny and totalitarianism during the Dark Ages, which we should be thankful for. And what is this post-liberal society? Now, you cannot talk about the post-liberal society and not mention Viktor Orban in Hungary. Hungary is leading the Europe, basically, in the post-liberal thinking. He said in 2019, Europe can only be saved by returning to Christianity. Do you see the pendulum? We have been on the ultra-liberalism side, and if we want to save our societies, we must go back. You must go back. He said Christianity is not only a religion, but it's also a what? Culture on which we have built a whole civilization. So Viktor Orban, on the political right, is embracing Christianity, and he says that if we want to have Europe, if we want to have our nations, we must embrace Christianity. My question is that a good or a bad thing? Could it be that the solution to the many problems that we actually see in society, that the solution is going to be worse than the problem itself? Could it be that we are actually have forgotten history, we have forgotten what has happened before, and that we are simply repeating the same mistakes that we should have long ago learned? So Orban, Christianity has to be embraced, otherwise it's over. Here's another person. Ayaan Hirsi Ali wrote in an opinion article at Unheard, 2023 November, why I am now a Christian. Atheism cannot equip us for what? Civilizational war. Fascinating. If you know a little bit about this woman, she was raised as a Muslim, but as she grew up, she became an atheist. And she actually joined hands with Richard Dawkins and Sam Harris and Christopher Hitchens and Daniel Dennett. This is the new atheism, remember, almost 20 years ago. And she was presenting to the people how Islam is not a religion of peace. And she was part of this new atheism movement, but she realized that atheism cannot give you existential satisfaction. It leaves you empty. It doesn't give you a big narrative. It doesn't give you meaning and purpose. It doesn't give you any of that. And she was having all kinds of mental problems and depression and anxiety. And she discovered that maybe if I give Christianity a chance, it's going to be my personal problems are going to be solved, and I'm going to get answers to my problems. Now, I'm very happy for her that she has become a Christian. I'm not presenting this to you. But notice one of the reasons why she also became a Christian. It's more than the personal decision. It's a cultural decision. It's going from the ultra-liberalism to going back to some form of conservatism, cultural Christianity. Listen to how she argued. So what changed? Why do I call myself a Christian now? Part of the answer is global. Western civilization is under threat from three different but related forces. The resurgence of great power, authoritarianism, and expansionism in the forms of Chinese Communist Party and Vladimir Putin's Russia. The rise of global Islamism, which threatens to mobilize a vast population against the West, and the viral spread of woke ideology, which is eating into the moral fiber of the next generation. So she says there are three global threats, and in order for the secular West to survive, it must embrace Christianity. Fascinating stuff. So you have Viktor Orban on the one hand, political right, says if Europe must survive, it has to embrace Christianity. This woman, whom I probably would not put into the same political category and spectrum as Orban, especially if she was coming from atheism, right, from the new atheistic movement, which is more on the left side, more liberal side, she says that it's a suicide project. It will not happen because it only creates this vacuum. And these powers are going to try to fill it. And the only way, she says, West can survive is to have Christianity. This is how she said it. She said, but we can't fight off these formidable forces unless we can answer the question, what is it that unites us? The response that God is dead, the atheist, in other words, seems insufficient. So too does the attempt to find solace in the rules-based liberal international order. The only credible answer, I believe, lies in our desire to uphold the legacy of the Judeo-Christian what? Tradition. Judeo-Christian tradition. But my question is, what kind of Christianity is that? It is none other than the Catholicism during the Middle Ages. And that is something that Europe fled from, and now we are going back to it. Remember what prophecy said? All the world will wander after the beast. People are going to accept the moral and spiritual authority of the papacy. That which was will happen again. And I wish people would see that the solution to the problem is not necessarily the best solution to it. So my friends, welcome to the post-liberal order. One of the most famous academics, at least one of the most popular academics who has been writing about the post-liberal order is Patrick Deneen. And he wrote his book in 2018 called Why Liberalism Failed. And this book was a very, very popular book. Even Barack Obama actually says, I agree with most of what the analysis of what he says. And basically says, liberalism as a project has failed. And that's why he was arguing, if we can go to the screen again, in his second book, came out 2022-23, Regime Change Toward a Post-Liberal Future. So the regime must change. But it's not just a political party, he says. He says the entire regime must change. The ideology of liberalism, according to him, is into the very, very fabric of the political parties, and there must be a regime change. And the solution is a post-liberal order. Orban said it. The woman that I was quoting from, Al-Harsi, said, we need Christianity. Now, my question is, how does he define post-liberal future? Because, as I'm going to show to you in this remaining parts of the presentation, it is not only the future, but many of the leading politicians today are embracing him. And I'm, of course, talk about conservative politicians. He said in an article from Politico last year, I don't want to violently overthrow the government. I want something far more revolutionary. Republican politicians are embracing the post-liberal ideas of Patrick Deneen. But just what is he calling for? And he's basically arguing, I'm trying to explain here, that the progressive left and the progressive right, conservative right, excuse me, he's saying that all of them today are united by liberalism. But he says, this is not how we are supposed to look at it. The country is split into two warring camps. He says there is the Party of Progress, a group of liberal and conservative elites who advocate for social and economic progress. Now, what does he mean by this? What he means by this is that progress is the project of liberalism. In other words, it has to be better and going forward and giving new rights to people and so on and so on and so on. But there is another form. And then there is the Party of Order. It's a coalition of non-elites who support a populist agenda. That would be Donald Trump, that would be many of the other conservative parties, that combines, listen to this, support for unions. Now that's interesting. Support for unions have usually come from left-leaning politicians. A robust checks on corporate power with extensive limits on abortion. A prominent role for religion in the public sphere, and far-reaching efforts to eradicate wokeness. In his new book, Regime Change, out this month, Deneen calls on anti-liberal elites to join forces with the Party of Order to wrest control of political and cultural institutions from the Party of Progress, ushering in a new non-liberal regime that Deneen and his allies on the right call the post-liberal order. So you have you have a new right. You have a post-liberal right-leaning parties, ideologies, politicians that are basically saying that religion, which was put into the private sphere during the project of liberalism, it has to be taken out of the private life and once again enter into the public life, just as it was during the Middle Ages. And I believe that religion can play a role in public life, but to unite church and state is where we are, what I'm going to see as this is where it is leading. Now, interestingly, as he was holding this presentation, there are three fascinating people on this picture. You have Deneen here, and to the right is a man by the name of J.D. Vance. Now, he is the vice president nominee or candidate with Donald Trump. I'm going to show to you that they have fascinating links. And then you have a man behind him, Kevin Roberts, who is the president of Heritage Foundation. Now, they have been together in 2022-23 was a seminar and presentation held at a certain university called Regime Change, the name of the book, and the Future of Liberalism. And there you have Patrick Deneen in the middle, Kevin Roberts, the president of Heritage Foundation and the Project 2025 piece that they have put together, and J.D. Vance were all there united. And what they all have in common is that all three of them are Catholics. Now listen to how Deneen describes at another conference that I'm going to present to you later on, what the post-liberal project is about.
And you've heard already, and I suspect you'll hear throughout the conference, a critique of liberalism as the thing we are against. And I just wanted to take an opportunity to make clear that I think what distinguishes, or what I see as distinguishing this project, the Bonum Commune Foundation, this conference, is that it's actually not really about what we're against. You'll hear a good deal of that, but I just want to give you a kind of cautionary note, not to confuse what will be critiques with actually what the actual project is. And the actual project is positive, it's creative, it seeks to build, it seeks to affect and realize the common good. Common in some senses, in both senses of that word, that which is ordinary and that which is shared. And in many respects, what we're calling for is a kind of the idea of the common good as a kind of gratuitous project, something that can be graciously shared widely as a kind of public utility. What we want to do is to give, in some ways, a vision of the good that we should orient ourselves toward.
So the vision of the post-liberal project is not focused on individualism, as I said, the self. It is now focused on the common good. It is the society. It is the welfare of the makes us together. And the vision is for this good. That is the orientation. That is what society must come back to. And that word common good is a phrase that can be explained and understood from different angles and from different political and religious ideologies. You have a certain ideology which makes you interpret common good in a certain way. But we have to understand that this post-liberal project, as Deneen is setting it forth, he's doing it from a Catholic perspective, and mostly a common good vision for life and vision for society has been situated in a Catholic vision of the world. That doesn't mean that Protestants have not understood the common good, but it has traditionally been that the individual right is to be understood and then the common good. They are not necessarily antithetical towards each other. They are not enemies. They can be powerfully and beautifully go together, but what is the common good in a Catholic perspective? Now we have to ask ourselves the question, common good or liberty of conscience? Why is this an important question? You see, as the Catholic Church was oppressing, and as the Catholic Church was basically having so much power in Europe, in the western part of the world, what was happening, my friends, is that people that were not going along the mainstream of society, what was happening was that they had no conscience, they had no liberty of conscience. There was no religious freedom. There was no anything of it because dissenters had to be persecuted. They were heretics, remember? They had by choice taken the decision not to go against it. So there is an important part of liberalism where every individual has the right to choose to believe in God or not to believe in God, or whatever religion or God or whatever people want to believe in. Now you see, the Catechism of the Catholic Church teaches today that the common good resides in the conditions for the exercise of the natural freedoms indispensable to the development of the human vocation, such as the right to act according to a sound norm of conscience and to safeguard privacy and rightful freedom, also in matters of religion. You read this and you think to yourself, now that sounds good. Who doesn't want to have that kind of a vision for a society? After all, common good, who doesn't want to help society? And people who do not want to help society, especially in a crisis events, are considered to be selfish. But we have to remember that phrases are important to understand. So the question we are asking is, who decides what a sound norm of conscience is, or rightful freedom also in matters of religion? You see, it's a very critical question to ask. Who decides? Now, if you have lived in the western part of the world for a long period of time, you would say, I would do it. But you see, that's a liberal mindset. And it's a good liberal mindset because you are the individual and you are looking at it, and in a Christian perspective, you would also apply that to your relationship with God as He has revealed it in the Bible, as the Holy Spirit leads you. That would be the Protestant way of understanding it, not the Catholic. Who is it that decides a sound norm of conscience, which is important for common good? Well, that would be the church, particularly the Pope, who is an absolute monarch, who is claiming infallibility, by virtue of papal office, claims to be God on earth. He has monopoly on truth. You see, the Communist Constitution of 1936 also claimed to protect freedom of religion and conscience, but did it really do it? It didn't really do it. So here we see that totalitarian governments and ideologies can use certain phrases, but they actually don't mean that. Or there is a certain approach which you have to understand it. And just as in the Communist Constitution, it is only in that system, if you were belonging to the communist system, that there was religious freedom for you, so also during the Middle Ages, so also during the Dark Ages. As long as you accepted what the church taught, as long as you accepted what the Pope taught on an issue, you had freedom of conscience. And you were serving the common good. It's interesting that in the Second Vatican Council, we are told that the Pope proclaims in an absolute decision a doctrine pertaining to faith and morals. For that reason, his definitions are rightly said to be irreformable. The faithful, for their part, are obliged to submit to their bishop's decision, made in the name of Christ in matters of faith and morals, and to adhere to it with a ready and respectful allegiance of mind. This loyal submission of the will and intellect must be given in a special way to the authentic teaching authority of the Roman Pontiff, even when he does not speak ex cathedra. Wow. So in other words, you are to submit your mind and your will to a human being who is in this particular leading position. But that's not the Protestant understanding of religious liberty, and also as it has to do with the common good. The Protestant allegiance is only to God. It's only to our Savior. It's only to Him who is our Redeemer, our King, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Only to Him do I submit. And I submit to what He has revealed in Scripture. And also He is leading His church forward. But we do not submit to one individual. That's the Catholic mindset. And so when Deneen says that we are going to establish it on the common good, this is what we have to understand, my friends. This is where it has been, and some way this is where it is going. Now, the encyclical letter of Pope Leo XIII wrote in 1888 an encyclical letter called Libertas, on the nature of human liberty. How has the Catholic Church understood liberty of conscience, religious liberty, the common good? Listen to what he said. To make this more evident, the growth of liberty ascribed to our age must be considered apart in its various details. And first, let us examine that liberty in individuals, which is so opposed to the virtue of religion, that's interesting, namely the liberty of worship, as it is called. This is based on the principle that every man is free to profess as he may choose any religion or none. And what the Pope is continuing to write in the encyclical is that you do not have the liberty of worship. You do not have the liberty to profess for yourself what it is. Why? Because you have to submit the will and the mind to Him. And anybody who doesn't do that does not have the liberty for it. Point 21 is a continuation of the liberty of worship. Wherefore, civil society must acknowledge God as its founder and parent. You're going to see that this is what the Protestant version of post-liberal order is saying. We're going to see that. And must obey and reverence his power and authority. Justice, therefore, forbids, and reason itself forbids, the state to be godless. Or to adopt a line of action which would end in godlessness, namely, to treat the various religions, as they call them, alike, and to bestow upon them promiscuously equal rights and privileges. Wow! The Catholic Church has historically not believed in religious liberty as Protestant America has understood through the project of liberalism. It has said that there has to be no established religion, remember the First Amendment, and that every individual has the right for himself or for herself to be a believer in God or not. Pope Leo XIII says, no, there is no secularity with Catholicism. Since then, the profession of one religion is necessary in the state. That religion must be professed, which alone is true, and which can be recognized without difficulty, especially in Catholic states, because the marks of truth are, as it were, engravers upon it. This religion, therefore, the rulers of the state must preserve and protect, if they would provide, as they should do, with prudence and usefulness for the good of the community. But when is the good of the community followed? When the state protects the what? The church. When the state protects the religion. When the state protects what the Pope has taught, then there is the good of the community. Do you see that? That's the common good, as I'm going to show to you, what the post-liberal order is eventually going to go to. Point 23 says, we must now consider briefly liberty of speech and liberty of the press. Question to you. Do you like liberty of speech? Do you like liberty of press? I hope you do. I do it. I like that. Listen to what the Catholic vision is. It is hardly necessary to say that there can be no such right as this if it be not used in moderation, and if it pass beyond the bounds and end of all true liberty. What is true liberty according to the Pope? It is that you recognize that the only freedom is by following the Catholic definition of the papacy. Point number 30. Another liberty is widely advocated, namely, what? Liberty of conscience. If by this is meant that everyone may, as he chooses, worship God or not, it is sufficiently refuted by the arguments already adduced. So question, has the Catholic Church historically believed in liberty of speech, of the press, liberty of worship, liberty of conscience? Pope Leo in 1888, more than 100 years after America, signs, the Constitution and all of that, it says that no, we have a completely other project. Why? Because America was founded upon the principle of this wonderful project of true liberalism. And the Catholic Church says we oppose it as much as we can. Fascinating stuff. Liberty of conscience is the individual right, irregardless of what the common good thinks. You see? If conscience is so important when it comes to worship, how I worship God, and when I worship God, and what I worship, and so on, I have that individual right, and nobody can take that from me. Nobody can force me. Nobody can claim that I can be persecuted, because I have that. That is a God-given right that God has given to me. But He's never going to force me. He's never going to oppress me. He's never going to force me into the truth. He will lead me by His love. What about Protestantism? Martin Luther said that the spiritual power, that is the church, is to reign only over the soul, seeing to it that it comes to baptism and the sacrament of the altar, to the gospel and true faith, over which matters emperors and kings have no jurisdiction. What did Pope Leo XIII say? The state must in everything ensure that the religion is protected, it is supported, and that is for the good of the community. Martin Luther, a Protestant vision of the common good and of a society, says the king and the emperor has any business in all of that. Just so we clergymen have no command to take people by the neck if they will not listen to us. We should learn to separate spiritual and temporal power from each other as far as heaven and earth, for the Pope has greatly obscured this matter and has mixed the two powers. Luther was a liberal. Now, I do recognize that Luther did not live up to the ideals of what the Bible has taught on this issue. I recognize that Luther has made many mistakes, and the way he has treated certain people and groups and so on. But in essence, in ideology, Martin Luther believed in the Protestant version of, what did we just read? We read that we should learn to separate spiritual and temporal power. What do we call that? We call that the separation of church and state. It's the separation of church and state. It is a Protestant heritage that we have. And the Protestants that were fleeing from Europe, they eventually found a place of security in America. But even that, the colonies, many of the Puritans, they were persecuted in Europe, and then they established churches and religion in the colonies and persecuted dissenters. They made the same mistake. And so Roger Williams in the 1600s came about, and he says, and he laid the foundation in the Protestant American heritage of the separation of church and state. The first 4 commandments of the Decalogue, of the 10 commandments, we are not to legislate that. That has been this heritage that we have had. And that Protestant heritage, together with other Enlightenment heritage, because the Founding Fathers were a project of their times, basically. They were children of their time. They brought also with them Enlightenment values, of course. But separation of church and state is a direct result of the oppression of the Catholic Church. And this is, unfortunately, what American Protestantism is going to make in the future. Now, the Adventist view of this is very important. Ellen White said, the exercise of force is contrary to the principles of God's government. He desires only the service of love, and love cannot be commanded. It cannot be won by force or authority. Only by love is love awakened. To know God is to love Him. She says every human being in body, soul, and spirit is the property of God. Christ died to redeem all. Nothing can be more offensive to God than for man, through religious bigotry, to bring suffering upon those who are the purchase of the Savior's blood. This is very strong language. She says in The Great Controversy, God takes no pleasure in a forced allegiance, and to all he grants freedom of will, that they may render him what? Voluntary service. Basically, God does not force us to do. God wants us to choose him from the inward, because he has given us a new heart, because he is good to us. We want to be good to him. And the Desire of Ages says, compelling power is found only under Satan's government. The Lord's principles are not of this matter. His authority rests upon goodness, mercy, and love. And the presentation of these principles is the means to be used. God's government is moral, and truth and love are to be the prevailing power. Once again, the problem during the Dark Ages was the unity of church and state, where religion was forced upon the people. And anybody who was outside the mainstream, they were dissenters, and they had to be persecuted. But what did we just read? Compelling power is found only under Satan's government. We see the spirit of the dragon during the Dark Ages, the first beast, and then the Bible says the second beast in Revelation 13. It looks like a lamb. It claims to be Christ-like. It claims to stand upon Christian principles. It even claims to be a Christian nation. But prophecy said it will speak like a dragon. The dragon, a draconian powers and oppressive legislation, where it is going to be about worship. Worship. Now let's see with this understanding Deneen's view of liberalism.
So to shore up a kind of a society that sees itself as engaged in a civilizational project, those leading the society need to be especially cognizant of how they give that sense of long-term, even eternity. And he says, through this, he said, there will be a long detour back to faith.
System. Something I've always been intrigued by is go back to the 19th century, and there are voices in America, not just bigots, not just simple-minded, bigoted people, but thoughtful people who looked at the emerging Catholicism in America and said, "Wait a minute, that's not our thing. That's antipathetic to America." And when I was coming of age, like, oh, those people back there, they were so anti-Catholic. Well, in a way, weren't they right? And in perceiving, the Catholic vision is different from the Hobbesian, Lockean, Jeffersonian vision of liberalism. It's a different worldview. They have a different relationship to nature and to culture and all of that. Yeah. They weren't entirely wrong, in other words, in being wary of this new Catholic vision of life.
I think that's right. I mean, I think those critiques were right, and of course they go all the way back to the foundation of liberalism, which was founded as explicitly as anti-Catholic. Right. Hobbes is clear about this. Locke is clear about it.
Locke is pretty clear about it.
Locke says, we'll tolerate any religion except, we won't tolerate atheists because we can't trust them.
Yeah.
And we won't tolerate Catholics because they pay feasance to a foreign potentate. They believe that the Pope, it transcends any secular order or what the Pope represents. So at the very roots of liberalism is a kind of anti-Catholicism.
That's a fascinating admission, both from the Catholic Bishop Barron and also from Professor Deneen. Liberalism, and obviously what you have heard, is the Enlightenment version of liberalism, but likewise the Protestant version of liberalism, where once again the person has the freedom, the liberty to choose for him or herself how he's going to worship God or not. They are saying that this type of liberalism was actually anti-Catholic. And it is true. I have just shown to you that Catholicism even up to Pope Leo XIII, was arguing against liberalism and saying that the post-liberal order is instead going to be founded upon the common good, is telling me that something is very wrong. Let's see another clip from Professor Deneen. Here he is having a podcast interview with Al Mohler, whom we are going to come to also in this presentation. He is the president of a seminary and theological seminary, Southern Baptist Seminary, and he's coming to the end of the interview, and listen to what he said.
In this, I want to end in an unusual way by asking you, if you're speaking to me as you are, and we know who we are, both of us, what do you think is the hardest question you would pose to me? In other words, or to American evangelicalism, American Protestant, confessional Protestantism? What is the hardest question you would pose? What is it that we're not seeing?
Well, I guess here I would ask a question as a Catholic to someone who I having spoken to now twice for some length, I find to be very much a kindred spirit. And yet, when I engage in a critique of liberalism, it often seems that by extension I'm engaged in a certain critique of Protestantism as well. In other words, the tendency toward fragmentation of individualism, of self-assertion, of a more of a concept of the human being that begins at the level of the individual and the individual exercising choice as the primary self-understanding. How much of liberalism can be ultimately sort of separated from Protestantism?
So in the previous clip, I showed to you in the interview that he saw liberalism as anti-Catholic. And in this interview, he's saying that, well, if I could give you, if I could trample you on the toes, basically, I would say that a critique of liberalism also includes a critique of Protestantism. And Protestantism, did you see how he phrased it? It has the ability and the freedom to choose. And that's the main problem, because the individual is in the centrum. But remember, in the other one, it is the common good. So liberalism as a project, and it has especially to do with the freedom to choose for yourself, irregardless of how people are around you, it has to disappear. And so in the interview, as they are finishing the podcast, Deneen says something very prophetic.
And this is something I worry deeply about, because if you and those who believe such as you are not the source of renewal in America, I'm not sure that those of the remnant Catholics who are still Catholic are going to be able to pull us over the finish line either.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be surprised. I am a confessional Protestant. And by the way, I did part of my doctoral study in a Roman Catholic institution studying Roman Catholic theological method. So, I say this with respect. I think that the problem with part of that is that the Roman Catholic Church has not maintained what the project and authority that it had, claimed. I'd say, Pope Francis is a pretty good response by any conservative Protestant to all this. And I don't say that dismissively, and I don't say this without a sense of tragedy. Mm-hmm. But I just want to say, I think the renewal that's coming, at least in confessing Protestantism, is the understanding that the excesses of a Protestant individualism are just as fatal as Protestant liberalism.
And moreover, I find it encouraging that maybe because of the unfortunateness of our times, in conversation with you, I find much more of a kindred spirit than maybe our grandparents might have. So that's a happy consequence of maybe sorrowful times that we live in.
Well, and it is also something that I believe makes me more faithful. even as a confessional Protestant, and thinking these things through honestly.
Did you notice two important commentaries on this? Number one, Deneen was saying that if there is no revival of Protestantism in the country, we are going to lose this country forever. And the second point was what Muller was saying, is that he says that not only is Protestant liberalism dangerous, which I believe it is. Now, when he says Protestant liberalism, we have to understand it in the sense of not understanding the Bible as God's word and critiquing it with higher critiquing methods and so on and so on. But he says that Protestant individualism is as dangerous as that. So what we are seeing here, my friends, is that a significant Protestant leader is buying into this, I believe, very dangerous ideology and philosophy. Deneen was speaker at a conference called National Conservatism, and that's a conference that I'm going to repeatedly come back to after this part now, because many things are happening. One of the forms of a post-liberal order is that is what the national conservatism is embodying. And listen to what he said.
As the young people like to say, it's time to take the red pill. We must see this jointly created, invented tradition of America as a fundamentally or solely liberal nation as a recent innovation that is in fact a departure from the actual American tradition. It is an invented tradition that has been launched in the service of a rapacious ruling class and which is benefiting from its rewards. As conservatives, we are charged with remembering the past, even as we build a future that draws from a genuinely American tradition. This nation was not founded to liberate us from each other, to make us mutually indifferent, and to put us on the path of a national self-immolation, but to preserve a number of pre-liberal legacies of practices and of beliefs, especially, as Yoram was emphasizing, a very public Christian religion that were once widespread.
So the idea that he is critiquing is that it is an invention to believe that America is purely a liberal nation. I don't really know what he means by that, but you can see the undertones of, as we will see in other people, trying to rewrite history. To say that liberalism didn't have an important factor in the founding of the nation, leading to that separation of church and state, is simply mind-boggling. But then he says, what we need to do is that we need to not only acknowledge, we need to rediscover certain pre-liberal beliefs and ideas of public Christianity. Do you see where this is going? This is the academics, but this is going down into the politicians and the activists, and this is the post-liberal society. This is how we continued.
Lastly, the police powers emphasize the central importance of religion in a healthy society. At the time of the American founding, and for much of its history, until very recent times, the latter part of the 20th century, the First Amendment was adopted and understood not to separate church and state, which is a fiction of the invented tradition of American liberalism, but to prevent the national government from interfering in the religious establishment and advancement of religion in their particular localities or their states. In fact, at the time, to protect religious establishments that existed in many states at the time of the American founding. That's why Congress was barred from establishing a religion, because there were state establishments of religion. We tend to forget that we think the First Amendment is about secularization. No, the First Amendment was about protecting religion in the various states and localities. Many state constitutions positively mandated a duty to believe in God as a civic and human duty. Many mandated laws against blasphemy and required observations of the Sabbath. I grew up in Connecticut at a time when there were still things called blue laws, believe it or not. These kinds of mandates on behalf of the common good were common, frequent, and a deep and inherent part of the American tradition.
Do you see where this is leading? I think you do. And I still have a lot of clips to show you, and I will do that, trust me. But there is a rewriting of history. There is no separation of church and state, really. It is to be happen. But notice the example that he was giving about the kind of society that was in previous generations and how it is supposed to be. He was mentioning Sabbath laws. That is going to be something that we will see over and over and over again.
The founding generation understood that only a well-formed and virtuous citizenry would be capable of identifying and selecting public servants who would act on behalf of the common good. To revive this possibility of a virtuous circle, certain authoritative acts will need to be taken, considered, and advanced at the national as well as the state and local levels, in part to restore the prospect for more local political institutions to take on their original role. A constitutive feature of conservatism is a deep realism about the art of the possible. We can never simply return, even if they are eternal truths. We can only and must go forward from where we find ourselves today. The restoration of a common good tradition in America will require a new American revolution. Like our first revolution, we should aim to oust the entrenched oligarchy that has now taken advantage of many of its fellow citizens and put in their place the kind of political leaders supported by the kinds of citizens who, like our forebears, fought and founded a nation in which any liberty worthy of possessing must be advanced by and for a truly common good. Thank you.
Welcome to national conservatism, or welcome to the post-liberal order, where we see that the professor leading the way in academia, trying to influence the politicians, and the politicians listening are seeing that the Sabbath will have to play a role, because it is about the what? A restoration of the common good. This is the restoration of the common good. Philip Longman was saying, can Aristopopulism save us? Patrick Deneen wants to replace corrupt, structurally liberal elites with a new elect of moral guardians. And what does it have to do? He says policy proposals such as religious observance, like mandatory national service and a restoration of blue laws to honor a day of rest on the Sabbath, presumably meaning Sunday and not Saturday. My friends, this is the Adventist scenario. As church and state is uniting for the common good, of course. Let's have Sunday laws present in society. Let me introduce you to the National Conservatism Conference, which has been held for 4 or 5 years. And fascinating insights have been given about the post-liberal society that the conservatives want to build. This is what Josh Hawley said, one of the senators of the United States. Interesting. Listen to him.
Say now that I am calling America a Christian nation. And so I am. And some will say that I am advocating Christian nationalism, and so I do.
When you think of this coming state.
So one of the leading senators of the United States coming to the National Conservatism Conference, and he's basically saying that when I'm thinking about United States, it's a Christian nation, and he is supporting Christian nationalism. Now, Christian nationalism is this big word. that is people are using in order to critique it, in order to do it, all kinds of things. This is my definition that I would give of Christian nationalism as I have found it in different ways, because once you see the post-liberal order, you see that Christian nationalism is going to play a pivotal role in establishing that. Christian nationalism is a type of religious nationalism that is affiliated with Christianity, in which the end goal is to achieve an absolute Christian theocracy within a society. What is a theocracy? It's a society where God is ruling over those individuals through the legislation. So in other words, the Ten Commandments fully and completely legislated. We jumped over this presentation from him because it's all too long, but what he's basically saying just before he says, I'm calling our nation a Christian nation, and I'm saying that I am a Christian nationalist, what he is basically building his philosophical and historical case for that comes from a man called Augustine. Now, Augustine was a church father, and Augustine wrote his book, City of God. And the purpose of the book was twofold. The purpose of the book was to answer or to defend Christianity from the assumptions of pagans who were claiming that the city of Rome was destroyed because it had become Christian. The Visigoth has come and attacked in 410. But another important factor that he is basically trying to put Augustine is that there are two cities in the cosmos. There is the city of heaven, the city of eternity, and then there is the city of the earth. And he's basically saying, how can these two support each other? How can these two combine? And what Augustine is laying down in his book is what other bishops and popes especially are going to develop: the temporal order and the spiritual order, something that we read from Martin Luther, that they are to be separated. This goes back to Augustine. And what Josh Howard is saying is that with the writing of Augustine, and especially establishing this foundation, this laid the foundation for the West for millennium. And I would definitely disagree with it, because the Western world that I am associating myself with is not the oppressive kind of world and system that was. That is not what we would call the West and be proud and supportive of. And then he says that the tradition and legacy of Augustine is what brought the Puritans to the United States to establish a new world. Now, who are the Puritans? I want you to put this on your mind and quickly come to the screen about Augustine. Now, Augustine believed that it was lawful and expedient to use state power to compel the Donatists to convert. Augustine admitted that initially he was of the opinion as follows: for originally my opinion was that no one should be coerced into the unity of Christ, that we may act only by words, fight only by arguments, and prevail by force of reason, lest we should have those whom we knew as avowed heretics, feigning themselves to be Catholics. Augustine changed and thought that people could be brought to serve God by the fear of punishment or pain. He justified state-sponsored coercion as an act of love to advance his religion. This laid the foundation for religious persecution during the Dark Ages, as I said, and the Inquisition. But God is not pleased with forced worship, as we have seen before. Any attempt to establish true worship by the forceful enactment of laws can only lead to enforced hypocrisy, an eventual separation from God, and destruction. Now, where does this really idea come from? Listen to Chet Pecknold, who is also one of those Catholic theologians developing a Catholic post-liberal society. Listen to what he said.
The attempt to sort of inoculate ourselves against the problems of liberalism from the beginning, which is constructed basically on a corrupt view of freedom. That liberalism is constructed on this view that freedom, as an Augustinian, you'll permit me a theological point, a basically Pelagian idea. Pelagius teaches that the root of freedom is choice. Our freedom to choose good or evil. That is the real freedom Pelagius teaches. And Augustine says no to Pelagius. Our only real freedom is the freedom to do the good. And that what is the choice for evil but bondage, slavery, right? Demeaning ourselves, right? That is not true liberty. Yeah. And I think, there was an attempt in America, in the American conservative tradition, to think about ordered liberty as a version of that, an attempt to kind of correct a liberal conception of freedom.
Pecknold, the theologian, is basically saying that he's taking liberalism back to a heretic, Pelagius, who was basically saying that you have the ability to choose. And he says that the freedom to choose good or evil. And he says that this is the bad foundation of liberalism. Is that really the bad foundation of liberalism? And he instead goes with Augustine and says that true freedom is the freedom in Christ. And I agree with it. And these two don't necessarily go against each other. True freedom is only in Christ, but the same Christ has given us freedom to choose whether it is good or whether it is evil. So I am a liberal if it is understood in this context of giving people the opportunity and the freedom to choose for themselves. Now listen to this documentary about the Puritans, because I was telling you about Josh Hawley, who was saying that the Puritans, how good they were. Listen to this.
But by the late 1500s, the Puritans in England and America's first colonies proved to be as strict as the Pharisees in observing the Sabbath.
These were theocratic communities. These were communities that thought they were establishing the rule of God here on earth, and they wanted to follow what they considered to be God's law.
In Massachusetts Bay in the 1600s, simply not working on Sunday was not enough. You couldn't laugh, you couldn't play. You were expected to walk reverently back and forth from church, and that was about it. Unnecessary walking, riding, playing on musical instruments, boating, swimming, and courting were all crimes punishable by fines, whipping, ear-slitting, or hours in the stocks.
And there's even one instance that's recorded in which a sea captain came back after a long interval at sea and kissed his wife on the Sabbath and was severely reprimanded.
As the colonies became the United States, the Sabbath laws remained on the books. In 1789, authorities in Connecticut detained a party for riding on a Sunday. One of the travelers turned out to be George Washington on official business. Even the President of the United States was not above the laws of God.
So this is a documentary detailing the Puritan society that has been accomplished. And notice once again that in this ordered society, God's law had been legislated and people were to keep Sunday holy. This is the Sunday laws, which became part of the state and has been part of it since even after the founding of America. But once again, it all goes back, Sunday laws goes back to the unity of church and state and the very concept that religion can be enforced and legislated. And that's the Adventist scenario. That when people and politicians say that I am a Christian nationalist, that simply means that I want people to follow Christian laws and to worship as I do. And Protestantism has traditionally and historically said no. This is what the founders, John Adams, said. The government of the United States is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion. James Madison said the purpose of separation of church and state is to keep forever from these shores the ceaseless strife that has soaked the soil of Europe with blood for centuries. Now, Christian nationalists make fun of the statement separation, the wall of church and state, and the separation, and they say, Washington, or Jefferson, he just wrote it in this letter and nothing else. But this is a phrase that other of the founders had used as well. And they knew, as I said, they were fleeing from Europe. They saw the mistakes during the colonial period. And they said, if we can separate church and state, where the church doesn't go to the state to legislate laws, and where the state doesn't go to the church, and vice versa, he says, we are going to keep this away. And I like how Benjamin Franklin said, he says, when a religion is good, I conceive that it will support itself. I really like that. And when it cannot support itself, and God does not take care to support, so that its professors are obliged to call for the help of the civil power, it is a sign, I apprehend, of its being a bad one. I really like how Benjamin Franklin saw it. You see the perversion of religion when it seeks the state power, when it seeks to implement its message upon the people, when it is the purpose of the church is to proclaim the gospel of Jesus Christ. And because the church has apostatized, that the church is going to the state, because this apostasy has led to the diminishing of the Holy Spirit. And if you don't have the Holy Spirit, you will have no power to be witness. And as culture is becoming more secular and people are leaving Christianity for many good reasons, and we don't have time to go into all of them. But as that happens, the church should instead go to repentance. But instead, they go with this solution. Give me power over people. Now, how is it today? John MacArthur, pastor, very famous one, how does he think about religious liberty?
I read the other day that one of the evangelical publicists, whatever that is, said he's happy to let us know that the new administration will uphold religious freedom. Really? The new administration will uphold religious freedom? I don't even support religious freedom. Religious freedom is what sends people to hell. To say I support religious freedom is to say I support idolatry. It's to say I support lies. I support hell. I support the kingdom of darkness. You can't say that. No Christian with half a brain would say, we support religious freedom. We support the truth.
You know what sends people to hell? It's not religious liberty. It's sin. Sin is what causes this separation from God, to willfully commit sin and to willfully, rebelliously rejecting the forgiveness and grace and offer of eternity from God. That's what does it. It's not religious liberty. And it's so funny, in a sad way, of course, is that what is it that makes it possible for him to stand in a pulpit and to be able to say this? Religious liberty. In order for him to say no to religious liberty, he must first have religious liberty, you see? He must first have religious liberty in order to say this. So religious liberty has been the bulwark. It has been the very thing which the United States of America has been founded upon. But as prophecy indicated, this is going to turn to another side. Listen to another Christian nationalist, Stephen Wolfe, whom we are going to mention. Listen to what he said about this.
Christian nationalism, as I've presented it, is incompatible with secularism. If Christians get serious, then yeah, we're a threat. I mean, we're a threat to their regime, in the sense that us Christians having power would end that regime. It would end the secularist regime, and there would no longer be religious neutrality.
It is absolutely amazing. He says it is incompatible with it. Of course, his version of Christianity is incompatible with the secular form of government. But as we have seen, this is the Protestant heritage. I understand that there are other Protestants who have thought, but in this line, it has been the liberty of conscience that has been established and celebrated. But instead, when we get into power, they are a threat to us. And so, my friends, we see that Christian nationalism is, in my view, a very, very dangerous threat, which unfortunately is going to spread even in Europe. It's not as strong as in America, much because of the religious atmosphere and milieu that exists in America. But as we go more and more and more in the pendulum, we are going to see this in Europe as well. After all, we saw it in Hungary, we saw in other places. If Europe once must be saved, it has to have Christianity. But my dear friends, I hope you have understood so far that our liberties are God's greatest gifts. And I believe that going this direction is not only what prophecy warns us about, this is the arrival, this is the genesis of a powerful and sad totalitarian regime. Thomas Jefferson said, "I am for freedom of religion and against all maneuvers to bring about a legal ascendancy of one sect over another." That is something that, by the way, Stephen Wolfe was saying. There's not going to be any neutrality. I mean, how can you say that? How can you say that? That has been the very reason for the Dark Ages, as I have said so many times now, and also for the many problems that has existed during the colonial period. And the founders were wise to see that there will be no sect, no religious group over one another. James Madison said, "Congress should not establish a religion and enforce the legal observation of it by law, nor compel men to worship God in any manner contrary to their," what is the word? Conscience. Contrary to their conscience. Now, I've been speaking about the national conservatism, remember? And we are going to see a couple of clips. Yoram Hazony, he's an Israeli-American philosopher, and he's the chairman of Edmund Burke Foundation. And he's the leader for the National Conservatism Conference. This is fascinating. I really must admit it. So we have seen from Denny, we have seen from Josh Hawley about Christian nationalism and the common good and all of it. Now he is a Jew. He's a Jew. And he has some important insights to tell us. He held a presentation called "Make the Ten Commandments Your Symbol." What was that about?
But I think that the state of Louisiana has actually come up with a pretty darn good test of whether you're a conservative or not. And here it is. And don't think I'm talking about something trivial. I know you're thinking it, but don't think it. Just hold on. The state of Louisiana has come up with a simple law that the 10 Commandments should be posted in every classroom in the state. The 10 Commandments. So I would think that you couldn't possibly be a conservative and have a problem with the 10 Commandments being posted on the walls of your kid's school. How can you have a problem with it? The 10 Commandments, that's like the founding moral law of our civilization for 3,000 years, right? So it's just what we all agree on, or what we did until a few years ago. Like Protestants and Catholics can agree to it, and they can agree with Jews, and I think probably even conservative Muslims and Hindus they can probably say, yeah, that's pretty good for you Westerners. It's the only thing we can agree on. If we can't agree on that, then there's nothing we can agree on. Now everybody is reacting to the state of Louisiana. And by the way, Texas and Oklahoma are working on Bible curriculums for the public schools. So look, I know everybody's got a reason to oppose this. Everybody's got some crazy reason to oppose it. America, struggling to figure out why we just can't have the 10 Commandments on the walls of the kids' schools, is a fly in a fly bottle, buzzing around, bouncing off the walls. Oh, we've got all these principles. We've got separation of church and state. And I say to you, just knock it off. Get out of the bottle. Just put the 10 Commandments on the kids' walls. And then somebody says, oh, no, but the state has to be neutral. And I say to you, get out of the fly bottle. Just get it. Just put it on the walls.
So in the post-liberal order, in which many of these thinkers are favoring religion, I don't have any problem with that because I favor religion as well. But how do they look into separation of church and state? Is that something they look up to? Is that something that they support? Absolutely not. Just put the 10 Commandments on the wall. Usually when this topic comes up, I laugh a little bit because I was raised in Sweden, I must admit, most secular country in the world. I became Christian in high school, which is interesting. So I was thinking to myself, if a Muslim would probably say that I want to put Islamic law or Sharia laws onto the walls of our children, would they applaud the same way? Of course not. I mean, don't kid ourselves. It's all about presenting the Judeo-Christian way as privileged as over the other religions. And I also find it interesting that they are trying to save society and the Western civilization by putting the law, the tablets of the stones, upon the walls. Now in the Bible, this is the Old Covenant mentality. What is the Old Covenant mentality? The Old Covenant mentality is to simply enforce the law upon you, and you are going to do it. Now, the New Covenant mentality is that as you accept Christ as your Savior, He gives you a new heart, and in that new heart, God is putting His law. In other words, it is not coming from outward factor, it comes from the inside. It comes from inward motivation. I want to follow God, not because I want to be saved, but because I am saved. So this is fascinating because, to be honest, I'm a Seventh-day Adventist, and I have preached God's law, and I have preached the 10 Commandments probably more than any other people. Like, I really love God's law. But this is not the way to do it. The way to do it is to invite them to see Christ. That's the purpose of the law. Paul says that the purpose of the law is Christ. It is to point you towards Him. Not only just to be how to become a moral person, but it is how it connects me to Christ. And I find it fascinating that the Ten Commandments, as he said, and as I think we will see in the next presentation, next clip, the Ten Commandments, he says, has to be the symbol for our movement. And as a Seventh-day Adventist, as I said, I believe in the Ten Commandments, all of the 10, including the 4th. And so could it be that at the end of time, there's going to be God's law and there's going to be man's law? Absolutely. That's what we have been teaching. And no wonder the book of Revelation at least twice mentions that God's people at the end of time, the remnant faithful, in Revelation 12:17 and Revelation 14 verse 12, the Bible says that they are the ones who keep the commandments of God and have the faith of Jesus. Fascinating developments.
I think a movement needs a flag. You look at that rainbow flag, and it keeps growing and changing. A movement needs symbols. The American flag is a wonderful symbol. Americans should fly it everywhere as much as you can. But what kind of American are you? If you're an American who believes that America is anchored to Christian civilization, to Jewish and Christian civilization, if you believe that that is what shaped and formed and gave life and meaning and purpose to America, then you cannot be embarrassed to have the Ten Commandments displayed. Let's make the Ten Commandments our symbol. Put it up, not just in the schools, just put it up everywhere. What kind of American are you? I'm the kind of American who believes that there is a fundamental moral basis to civilization, and we actually know what it is. That's clarity. If we can get to that, that would be clear. 10 Commandments, that's us. That would be clarity. So let me just wrap up.
Did you hear how he phrased it? He said at least two things that are worthy to comment on. Number one, he said that what kind of American are you if you do not follow the Ten Commandments? What kind of American are you if you do not acknowledge the supreme role of the Ten Commandments? Do you hear where it is leading? This is the common good thinking. If you do not fall into the common good, if you do not fall into that, well, what's going to happen to you? And my friends, the idea of not wanting the Ten Commandments to be published in schools, it has nothing to do with me somehow not feeling okay about it or somehow thinking that it's a bad thing. It's simply about that there is a religious neutrality in society. And just as I don't want an Islamic Sharia law to be put up on the wall if in my school or in my children's school, or it's Hindu or whatever, satanic, whatever, there is to be that kind of a factor. But see, the Ten Commandments, fascinating love, is the foundation of the movement, they say, the symbol. Now, Yoram Hazony wrote a book called Conservatism and a Rediscovery. He says this foregrounding of God, not him, this is an article commenting, but this foregrounding of God in the Bible is the most distinctive feature of Hazony's version of conservatism. Do you see? Conservatism not only leading to nationalism, but to religion, and especially the Bible. For him, all 10 of the commandments ought to be the basis for our nation's social and political life. Now, we have seen historically that has been a big mistake when all the 4 are done, especially in Christendom. This position was uncontroversial in the West for many centuries, but today it is held by virtually no other prominent Western political thinker, with the notable exception of Benedict XVI. Obviously, he's a pope. As Hazony argues, one of the chief reasons for the dissolution that is visible everywhere in the Western nation today is the fact that principles such as the public acknowledgement of God, the honor given to parents by their adult children, loyalty within marriage, and observance of the Sabbath have been banished from public life and relegated to the private sphere. Hazony goes so far as to accuse the American founders of having failed to appreciate this point sufficiently. And he offers the dire prediction that the American nation will not endure without a return of religion to public life. This is the Adventist scenario, that church and state is going to unite, and Sabbath laws, Sunday laws, are going to be implemented upon society in order to turn people back to God. Now imagine if black swan events, crisis events would fall, so-called judgments of God, earthquakes, and natural disasters would happen. This is how quick people become religious in crisis events. And people realize, wow, we need to turn back to God. And here we see the leader of the National Conservative Conference movement, a Jew, saying, let's legislate the Ten Commandments and let the Protestants lead the way. We're going to jump over this. This clip is basically about him saying that separation of church and state is a bad idea. We have already heard that. Now let me quickly mention to you this man, Rusty Reno. He's the editor of First Things. Check out First Things magazine. It's one of the most popular and well-established journals that are writing about religious issues and political issues and so on. And Rusty Reno is a convert to Catholicism. He wrote a book resurrecting the idea of a Christian society, and we are going to come back to Rusty Reno later on when we will see the Catholic version of Christian nationalism. But listen to the tone of listen to the message that he presented at the conference.
Throughout his pontificate, John Paul II warned of the dangers of societies without transcendence. In retrospect, the main thrust of Catholic social teaching after the Second Vatican Council has been to try to save the liberal West from its self-destructive excesses by grounding the modern quest for freedom in the larger, perennial, and far more fundamental human quest for transcendence. So in conclusion, Texas, Oklahoma, and Florida have mandated biblical literacy for school children. Louisiana will require the display of the Ten Commandments in schools. These modest measures, I submit, move America in the right direction. And no Catholic, I think, in his right mind could object. On the contrary, we should be cheerleading. The ideology of strict separation has done great damage to our society. So, if I may draw from the words of Ronald Reagan, Justice Roberts, tear down that wall.
So what about separation of church and state? Justice Roberts, tear down that wall. Once again, in the post-liberal order, which is founded upon the common good, we are seeing that the separation of church and state is something that has to be discarded. Now let's come back to Yoram Hazony, and here in this clip he is saying something important to two Protestant individuals. We have already seen Al Mohler, president of Southern Baptist Seminary, and Doug Wilson, as we will come to, he is also a fascinating individual. This is what he said
about the prospects of restoration, and I would say almost everyone that is involved in NatCon, to one degree or another, understands that this restoration of America is it's dependent on Protestant revival and restoration. There's no Catholics and Jews. We can help in all sorts of ways, but without Protestantism, I think it's just not going to happen.
So the restoration of America can only happen if there is revival in Protestantism. He's speaking to two Protestant leaders, of course. And that's what Patrick Deneen, as a Catholic, has said. There has to be a revival in Protestantism. And the revival is what we are studying together. Now notice this.
About the prospects of restoration. And I would say almost everyone that is involved in NatCon, to one degree or another, understands that this restoration of America.
Albert Mohler, who is president of Southern Baptist Theological Seminary, this is what he said.
I want to maximize the Christian commitments of the state, of the civilization. And I would call that acknowledgement. In other words, I'm not claiming that everyone in the state, every citizen is going to be a confessing Christian. I'm going to say that does not mean they're not obligated to the acknowledgement of the Christian structure of this civilization and its commitments.
In other words, they are thinking about when Christianity will become dominant again, whether it is on the state level or on the national level. He says that whoever lives in that kind of society, they must acknowledge the structure of that Christian civilization. They don't have to be Christians in order to live in that society, but they must acknowledge it. My friends, that's the entire issue with the mark of the beast. The mark of the beast issue is something that you receive in the forehead, or it's something that you receive in your hand. What that means is there will be people who will be deceived fully and completely, and they will just go along with it and they will sincerely do it. And then there will be people who will just, they will just do it. But they haven't been fully convinced that this has been the case. They have to acknowledge it. And so, do I acknowledge unbiblical laws related to religion and worship, and it has to do with me? No, I wouldn't do that. But what happens if you don't acknowledge that? It's fascinating that in the National Conservatism Conference, these are the very issues that they are discussing. Now remember, Christian nationalism is a type of religious nationalism that is affiliated with Christianity, in which the end goal is to achieve an absolute Christian theocracy within a society. Why is this important? It is important because Al Mohler, in another presentation at the conference, he was basically showing that liberalism doesn't have an end goal. And Christian nationalism does have an end goal. And the end goal is for laws to be legislated and people acknowledging the structure of that Christian civilization. Now, Al Mohler was making a handshake with Doug Wilson, and it was a very big issue, and people were, some of them at least, happy about it. Who is Doug Wilson? Doug Wilson wrote the book Mere Christendom. Christ conquered the West the first time, and this is how he will do it again. He's making the case for bringing Christianity back into the modern culture and leading by faith to convert secularism. He's using his words very wisely, because secularism is not only a culture, remember, it's also a form of government, and that's what they want. They want unity of church and state to occur. And he wrote in his book, "We are currently living under a form of government that our Constitution was explicitly designed to prevent." Now, if this is complete historical rewriting, I don't know what is. I have shown to you from the Founding Fathers that separation of church and state is a good thing, and it was not founded upon the Christian religion. Nothing wrong with that. That's not the purpose of the state. But they are making a narrative that, you know, we were founded as a form of government already as a Christian nation, and we have the right to legislate and to rule and so on. But I found what Ellen White in The Great Controversy said fascinating. It says, let the restraints now imposed by secular governments be removed and Rome be reinstated in her former power, and there would speedily be a revival of her tyranny and persecution. So in other words, if you take away the secular governments, that what has been imposed by secular governments, what would that be? Freedom of religion, freedom of worship, freedom of the press, freedom of conscience, liberty of conscience. Take away that, you have persecution coming again. Notice the kind of nation or republic that Doug Wilson is envisioning for the future.
I had a skirmish on Twitter with someone a few weeks ago where they pointed out there was a hubbub about, I just came back from NatCon 4 in Washington, D.C., and that was an eclectic affair because there were Catholics and Protestants and Jews and a couple of Hindus. And there were people raising an uproar, what are you doing with Hindus at this political thing? And I wrote, well, in the republic I envision, Hindus would not be able to hold political office. Are you in? Right? Yeah. And the person, no. I want Hindus to be able to run for political office in America. And I said, okay, so you're criticizing me for being willing to talk to a Hindu at a conference, and you're willing to be governed by Hindus? And this makes no sense. Yeah. So in the Christian Nationalist Project, we don't want this smudge or hodgepodge. We want it to be explicitly Christian. We would want prayers at the political convention to be to God the Father in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. That's how we want the prayers to go.
The Christian Nationalist Project is that only Christian leaders, judges, politicians, and so on can be elected. Now, that is, according to me, the greatest hypocrisy, self-righteousness, discrimination, Pharisaism that you can probably see. And this is what drives the movement. Now, in these two clips that I'm going to show to you, we see that an ex-Adventist, in other words, a person who has been an Adventist, has created a YouTube page to try to disprove Adventist beliefs. He has the right to do that. He has the freedom to do that. I think he's unbiblical in doing that. But in this particular clip, he's trying to, he's interviewing Doug Wilson, and he's trying to show, at least that's what I see, is that the very idea of Adventists believing in the scenario of a Sunday law at the end of time, it's completely out of mind that the Christian nationalists would not even think about doing so. And so listen to what Doug Wilson was saying on this.
How do you define Christian nationalism, and is Doug Wilson a Christian nationalist?
Yes, I am willing to call myself a Christian nationalist. It's a term I probably wouldn't have invented myself and applied to myself, but I'm willing to work with it and go along with it because I think I can explain it in 30 seconds or so. Christian nationalist is fine. I'm a Christian and I'm a citizen of this nation, and I believe that this nation ought to obey God. Excellent. I would expect a Christian South Korean to be a Christian nationalist also, but not of America, right? Right.
Correct. Right.
So I don't believe that everyone in the world has the duty to be an American, but I believe that all Americans have a duty to be Christian and have a responsibility to want their nation to be more obedient than we're currently being.
Yes. So that's the context in which this sort of discussion will be coming from. Now, Ellen White, the SDA Church's prophetess. She had this to say about the future, which is why SDAs are anticipating these things. And this is only a fraction of her claims. But notice what she says. Laws enforcing the observance of Sunday as the Sabbath will bring about a national apostasy from the principles of republicanism upon which the government has been founded. The religion of the papacy will be accepted by the rulers, and the law of God will be made void. Close quote. This national Sunday law will start in America and eventually become global. And they believe that when this happens, Seventh-day Adventists are going to have to take a stand for the seventh-day Sabbath and be prepared to die for such. So my question for you, are Christian nationalists like yourself seeking to pass a national Sunday law that will eventually lead to persecution coming for those who want to observe Saturday as the Sabbath?
No, I've never heard anybody proposing that or talking about it or wishing that they could. I do believe that the Sabbath is going to be part of a reformation of our morals. I don't believe the fourth commandment has been retired in any way. So if there is a national reformation and revival, I believe that that will result in a national honoring of the Lord's Day. I do believe that that's going to happen. But I'm a federalist. I don't think the mechanism for it ought to be the federal government. I believe that Sabbath laws, or what they used to be called blue laws, should be a municipal, local, county sort of thing, not national at all.
This is a fascinating clip. It's absolutely amazing because he is essentially saying that, you know, when there will be a revival in the nation and a reformation, and we are able to legislate our laws, well, the Lord's Day, Sunday, is actually going to be part of that. And it's absolutely fascinating that Christian nationalists will try to implement Sunday laws. We have seen that so far with the post-liberal ideology, and we are going to continue with the Protestant version of nationalism as well as the Catholic version of Christian nationalism, where Sabbath is continually, that is something that I was so surprised about. Most of the discussions, what happens if you establish it? How will it look like? Example, Sabbath commandment. And you know, the fact that he says that he's a federalist and he doesn't think that that is the right mechanism, well, that's his opinion. It's his opinion. He's not into that. And we know historically that there has been attempt to make a national Sunday law, and history is going to be repeated. So Christian nationalists want a national Sunday law. Listen to the next clip. It gives us the thinking of not only how he thinks, but the common good mentality.
Yeah, there are multiple issues here. I'll just start by saying, if the Christian faith has nothing whatever to do with politics, then there's nothing wrong with establishing a theocracy. Right? Basically, what I'm arguing is that we need to, in our behavior as citizens, we ought to stop doing things that make God angry. And what I'm talking about is killing babies. What I'm talking about is sodomite marriages. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about persecuting Seventh-day Adventists for worshiping on Saturday. That is the farthest thing from my intention. I am trying to stop the carnage. That's what I'm doing. So the secular project that I'm opposing as a Christian nationalist is the secular project wants to have the government of our nation be centered in this world. And I'm arguing that we need a transcendental authority, a transcendental right and wrong, overarching all of us. We have to fight for a kingdom that's not of this world. Let me boil it down to a very simple question. Suppose this gentleman is correct and that I have a secret plan to persecute and execute Adventists for worshiping on Saturday. Suppose that were my plan. And let's suppose that I got into a position of political authority where I started to do that. And I was persecuting and jailing and prosecuting, and even executing Seventh-day Adventists. If I were in the middle of doing that, would I be making Jesus happy or unhappy? Would he be displeased with my behavior? Well, I would argue he'd be displeased with my behavior. And then the question is, if he's displeased with my behavior, should I alter my behavior on the basis of his displeasure? And if the person says, yes, you should alter your behavior on the basis of the Lord's displeasure of you killing Adventists, I would say, then welcome to Christian nationalism.
Right.
Now, this is absolutely amazing what is being presented here. Now, you have to understand that the Adventist scenario of end-time events has not said that there is going to be a Sunday law and then there will be persecution. Even there is a process of the establishment of the Sunday law. It will have a softer version, and it will get worse and worse and worse, as I'm going to show to you in a couple of quotations. So the idea that there are people right now thinking about how to persecute Adventists is simply ludicrous, and the ex-Adventist should know about this, at least if he is honest about this. But a second thing that has to be said is, notice how he began. He says that I am looking at the secular project and what I'm critiquing. God has a displeasure of what is taking place in society with abortion and same-sex marriages and so on and so on. And he says that God has displeasure about it. But then later on in the interview, he says that God would have displeasure if he would persecute Adventists. And that's a good thing, by the way. It shows that he still has conscience and he wants to do good. But notice this. If it is God's will for the Sunday law to be implemented and everybody is to follow that, and it is God's will to do that, if you are disobedient, isn't God's displeasure going to come upon the disobedient? Do you got me? If the disobedient are the abortionists, and the homosexuals, and the lesbians, and the transgenderists, and all the people that are doing those things, and God's displeasure is upon them, and he is to enact laws against that, then obviously if there would be a national Sunday law, and the Ten Commandments have been implemented in one way or the other, surely those who are breaking that law, including the Sunday, fall as people who are breakers of the law, and therefore they need to be punished. And that is going to be the mentality when the Sunday law is going to come. It's exactly the same way Ellen White has phrased it. First of all, the psychology of religious persecution, according to Jesus, is that they will put you out of the synagogues. Yes, the time is coming that whoever kills you will think that he offers God service. And these things they will do to you because they have not known the Father nor me. And then in Great Controversy, it says, yet this very class put forth the claim that the fast-spreading corruption, what would that be? That would be the abortion, the LGBTQ+, and so on, is largely attributable to the desecration of the so-called Christian Sabbath. That's fascinating. So now we have gone from the morals to the fourth commandment. That has been changed, of course. And that the enforcement of Sunday observance would greatly improve the morals of society. This claim is especially urged in America, where the doctrine of the true Sabbath has been most widely preached. And then the great deceiver will persuade men that those who serve God are causing these evils. The class that have provoked the displeasure of heaven, this is the very word and phrasing that he was using in the interview, will charge all their troubles upon those whose obedience to God's commandments is a perpetual reproof to transgressors. It will be declared that men are offending God by the violation of the Sunday Sabbath. that this sin has brought calamities, natural disasters, and others, which will not cease until Sunday observance shall be strictly enforced, and that those who present the claims of the fourth commandment, thus destroying reverence for Sunday, are troublers of the people, preventing their restoration to divine favor and temporal prosperity. Ellen White is very clear that as people introduce the Sunday law, and they are doing it with the hope of certain things in the world and in society will be better, it will actually get worse. It will actually get worse. And then people are going to turn to those who have actually gone against all of this. And they say that you are the cause of the calamities. You do not submit to the common good. You do not sacrifice yourself. You are selfish. You are a bad moral individual. Obviously, many other things will be said. And it is all in the context of the displeasure of heaven is upon the offending. And Doug Wilson already has that mentality as it comes to other individuals in society. So when it will be implemented, it will happen again. And another thing that we see in this quote is that until Sunday observance shall be strictly enforced. In other words, even the enforcement has, what would you say, strength to it, like civil strength, from a legislation perspective. It may begin as a day of rest and family day and who knows what, and then it goes to a day of worship where people are supposed to go to church, or we will see that, and then it will be economic boycott. People cannot buy or sell, and eventually it will be a death penalty upon those who want to follow all of the 10 commandments. So basically, national conservatism has been speaking about these issues. And on their Twitter page, they said that there are at least 3 reasons why conservatives should reject the ideology of church and state separation. Wow. The founders did not envision a wall of separation. Question: is it true? Have I shown to you, quote after quote, Madison, Jefferson, Benjamin, have I shown to you that they envisioned? Of course they did. Point number 2, it is at odds with reality, as one religion or another will always dominate the society. Now, they are once again, deliberately, I hope not, but it seems to be, of mixing the definitions of secularism, as I said. There is a definition of secularism, what I said, it has to do with the form of government, right? And then there is secularism that has to do with the culture in the sense of certain beliefs. So, yes, secularism can dominate a society, but religion can still be neutral there. People can still worship, and so on and so on. Point number 3, religion has been reduced to nothing more than sincerely held personal beliefs. Obviously, that would be wrong. Now, John F. Kennedy said, so the reason why I put this quote up to you, notice how much it has changed in 60 years. Kennedy said, I believe in an America where the separation of church and state is absolute, where no Catholic prelate would tell the president, should he be Catholic, how to act, and no Protestant minister would tell his parishioners for whom to vote, where no church or church school is granted any public funds or public preference, political preference, and where no man is denied public office merely because his religion differs from the president who might appoint him or the people who might elect him. I believe in an America that is officially neither Catholic, Protestant, nor Jewish. Oof. Where no public official either requests or accepts instructions on public policy from the Pope, the National Council of Churches, or any other ecclesiastical source. Where no religious body seeks to impose its will directly or indirectly upon the general populace or the public acts of its officials. That was the mentality. That has been going on, but that is what the Christian nationalists are trying to change. There was actually no separation of church and state. That wall is just imaginary, and we have to go forward. Notice, Ellen White said in Great Controversy, the dignitaries of church and state will unite. What will they do? To bribe, persuade, and compel all classes to honor the Sunday. The lack of divine authority will be supplied by oppressive enactments. Political corruption is destroying love of justice and regard for truth. And even in free America, rulers and legislators, in order to secure public favor, will yield to the popular demand for a law enforcing Sunday observance. What does that mean? It means that it is going to be politicians are going to see that this is going to be a popular thing. And they're going to say, okay, if the wind is blowing in that direction, I'm a Christian nationalist. I'm going to go with the flow. I'm going to follow this. Liberty of conscience, which has caused so great a sacrifice, will no longer be respected. Have we already seen that in some of the clips that we have seen? Liberty of conscience. It's built upon the common good. In the soon coming conflict, we shall see exemplify the prophet's words. The dragon was wroth with the woman and went to make war with the remnant of her seed, which keep the commandments of God and have the testimony of Jesus Christ. Once again, Christian nationalism is a type of religious nationalism that is affiliated with Christianity, in which the end goal is to achieve an absolute Christian theocracy within a society. So we have already mentioned certain Protestants about Christian nationalism, but let's continue on our journey.
The reason we had so many overreaching regulations in our nation is because the church complied. The church is supposed to direct the government. The government is not supposed to direct the church. That is not how our founding fathers intended it. And I'm tired of this separation of church and state junk that's not in the Constitution. It was in a stinking letter, and it means nothing like what they say it does.
Absolutely amazing. The state and the church. Do you see which one is in the hierarchy? It is the church, which is to tell the state what to do. That was what happened during the Dark Ages. And so, my friends, this is not anybody else. This is a politician in the United States, and it is crazy how the Protestant version is being set forth. Listen to how this is even exemplified even more.
In the past few months, there has been a steady increase in media coverage surrounding the rise of the so-called Christian nationalists. If you haven't seen it, news outlets like MSNBC News, CNN, and BBC have all covered the push from these Christian patriots. But take a look for yourself.
I think for conservative Christians, there has been a dawning awareness of the fact that whereas the society basically agreed with us on almost every important issue, I mean, the overlap, if you take a Venn diagram, was so overwhelming that outsiders would call the United States a Christian nation. So something's clearly changed, and conservative Christians in this country are now in a paradox or a predicament. I think that's why you see such a, well, you know, it'd be called by those who don't like it, the rise of the new Christian right, or the awakening of the Christian vote in the United States. Well, there's a reason for that.
The rise of the new Christian right is called Christian nationalism by some. The belief that America was founded as a Christian nation and that the government should keep it that way, blurring the line between church and state.
We need to be the party of nationalism, and I'm a Christian and I say it proudly. We should be Christian nationalists.
The church is supposed to direct government, not the opposite way. The church is supposed to influence government, and we need to be so involved in what is going on in our government.
But I think God's going to come down and he's going to make things change.
And when you've taken the country back, what is that going to look like?
I think it's going to look good because you'll have God back in the government. You get God back in the schools. You get God back. You get the 10 Commandments. Think about living by the 10 Commandments. None of our kids even know the 10 Commandments.
That's right. The belief is that in this country, we...
Now, I really would like you to subscribe to that YouTube channel, Midnight Cry Media. They are doing a phenomenal job with exposing what is happening in light of Bible prophecy. And this is where I have taken from one of their clips. But you can see Christian nationalism is growing, and it has a Protestant version. After all, didn't we discover that there has to be a revival of Protestantism in order to restore the nation back to God, whatever that means? And so, especially that last person's comment is fascinating for the reason that he says that if we just can get back God into the government or into the schools or into whatever, then things are going to end. And imagine if everybody could, follow the 10 Commandments and could be legislated. And then, once again, I say this as someone who considers himself to be a commandment keeper, all the 10 Commandments. But that's not how it works. That's not how it works, that you just put God and put him into a place, put him into a space. It happens by God giving us a new heart. That's the new covenant condition or mentality, what I have been speaking about. But obviously, these people are very sincere, but they are sincerely wrong in the sense that you cannot legislate religion and worship upon people and thinking that that legislation is eventually going to solve itself. It's such a deeper issue of it. And the Bible would say it's a heart issue. It's a heart problem. Now, there is the National Conservatism Conferences, which is for the academics, it is for the politicians, it is for the philosophers. But then you have the grassroots movements. And the grassroots movements are not as, they are not as able to use the kind of pompous words, sophisticated words, and these kinds of phrases that makes, that sounded good. And one of the ways in which it is happening is through the Great Reawakening movement. And obviously you can see here between the globalists and the nationalists, the people of the nation against the elite, the establishment, and so on. And there have been a number of, I would say, very, very dangerous speeches held in this conference, the Great Reawakening Conference, where the previous clip that we saw, this is an individual that went to the BBC reporter, went to this rallies, political rallies, but they're also Christian religious rallies. So it's so messed up. But listen to what one of the individuals said, the kind of republic and nation that they are envisioning once the globalists, and believe me, the globalists are not something that I support, okay? But listen to what he said.
So we're going to drag Tony Fauci out of retirement. We're going to put him in the docket. We will force him to confront his lies about gain-of-function research. We will read off every single one of the emails that he sent exposing the research that he funded at that bioweapons lab called the Wuhan Institute of Virology. We'll expose all of the emails he sent organizing and promoting the lies that covered it all up. And we will hold him accountable for the millions of lives that his illegal research cost. And when he is convicted, after a short and fast but thorough trial, he will hang from a length of thick rope until he is dead. Then we will put Hunter Biden on trial. Not for tax evasion, not for some phony gun violation or money laundering. No, we're going to put him on trial for the real crime that he committed, treason. Selling this country off to rich oligarchs in China and Volodymyr Zelensky's Ukraine. And when he's convicted for those crimes, he will get the punishment that traitors like Julius and Ethel Rosenberg received before him, death. Alejandro Mayorkas is a treasonous traitor, and in the world that we are going to build, traitors will hang. In the reckoning that is coming, there will be no such thing as a fake doctor who provides gender-affirming care. There will only be child mutilators convicted of the crime of child mutilation. And yes, after we fix some mistaken rulings by the Supreme Court, child mutilation will be a capital offense. And those who commit it will receive the death penalty without exception. We are going to see extreme accountability, maximum accountability. We are going to have permanent accountability with extreme prejudice.
There is so much that could be said about this clip, but I hope you recognize the kind of polarization that we have in society and the kind of hatred that people have against each other, especially those who are so into politics and into the political world and the political developments and so on. But he said, in the world that we are going to build, traitors will hang. And he's mentioning a couple of political rivals, but obviously, are those who are not participating in what Al Mohler said, acknowledging the Christian structure of Christian civilization, what is going to happen to them as they are breaking the so-called law of God that has been implemented in legislation? What is going to happen to them? Well, the Great Controversy gives us an idea. Ellen White says in the Great Controversy that conscientious obedience to the Word of God will be treated as rebellion. Blinded by Satan, the parent will exercise harshness and severity toward the believing child. The master or mistress will oppress the commandment-keeping servant. Affection will be alienated, children will be disinherited and driven from home. The words of Paul will be literally fulfilled. All that live godly in Christ Jesus shall suffer persecution. As the defenders of truth refuse to honor the Sunday Sabbath, some of them will be thrust into prison, some will be exiled, some will be treated as slaves. To human wisdom, all this now seems impossible. But as the restraining Spirit of God shall be withdrawn from men, and they shall be under the control of Satan, who hates the divine precepts, there will be strange developments. The heart can be very cruel when God's fear and love are removed. So the very same people that say that, we must legislate God's law, we must legislate this, are the ones who have this kind of hatred in their hearts. And so the Great Controversy gives us clear insights into treason. Rebellion is going to be interpreted by people because we want to follow God's law. And this is simply unacceptable. But that's what prophecy said. This nation that is a lamb-like beast will speak like a dragon. It is going to force the conscience of individuals in following the papal Sabbath. Let's see another example. Another individual who usually spoke at the Great Awakening events.
I'm to the place right now, if you vote Democrat, I don't even want you around this church. You can get out. You can get out, you demon. You can get out, you baby butchering election thief. You cannot be a Christian and vote Democrat in this nation. I don't care how mad that makes you. You get pissed off as you want to. You cannot be a Christian and vote Democrat in this nation. They are God-denying demons that butcher babies and hate this nation. Bunch of devils. I'm sick of it. They want to talk about the insurrection. Let me tell you something. You ain't seen the insurrection yet. You keep on pushing our buttons, you low-down sorry compromisers. You God-hating communist America. You'll find out what an insurrection is, because we ain't playing your garbage. We ain't playing your mess. My Bible says that the church of the living God is an institution that the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. And the Bible says that we'll take it by force. That's what the Bible says.
Wow. Let me ask you this. If a Muslim imam in a mosque said that, looked into the camera and said, you ain't seen an insurrection yet, and we'll take it by force, that's what the Quran says, what do you think would happen to that imam? Seriously, what would happen to him? I think we all know.
This journalist's answer at the very end is just spot on, because that is what we have been saying. That ever since we have been seeing the post-liberal order, where the common good is to be established and centered around, where Christianity is to play a pivotal role in building that kind of a society, you know, if we would change that and say that that would be a Muslim or Islam-centered religion, I believe that many of the Americans, many Westerners, including me, by the way, would not want to have Islam in any way, shape, or form to dictate my conscience and have that kind of a religion to rule in society. But that is what these people have. It is the polarization that is becoming so big, where they are saying that we will do everything that just to get into power. Michael Flynn, former National Security Advisor of the United States to Donald Trump, said if we are going to have one nation under God, which we must, we have to have one religion. One nation under God and one religion under God, right? All of us working together. This is simply not true. To create a one religion under God in the United States, what does that even mean? Now, of course, that would mean Christianity, but you see the mentality. That's what we have to work towards. We have to save the nation. Now we go to another form of the Protestant version of Christian nationalism, and the person that is probably most known for making the case for Christian nationalism on biblical grounds is Stephen Wolfe. He wrote in his book that my goal is to reinvigorate Christendom in the West. That is my chief aim. Now I want to quickly explain something here, because Christendom is not necessarily the same as Christianity. Christianity is the religion, but Christendom is a geographical place where a certain form of Christianity was established. That was either the Catholic version or at some other parts the Protestant version. But that's Christendom, okay? He wants to reinvigorate it. And the question he asked is, question to my readers, suicide of the West or its revival? There's a trailer of his book. Let's see what it says.
The term Christian nationalism has been thrown around a lot lately, most of the time as a way to dismiss or mock anyone who wants to engage in politics as a Christian. But those of us who look to the broad Christian tradition should seize the term for ourselves. We are indeed Christian nationalists. The nation is not a mere collection of people, but a people united around a set of shared loves. Some of these loves are universal in all nations, such as the love of family and home. Other loves are more particular to each nation, such as shared culture, language, and national struggles and achievements. Together, these loves form a nation's way of life, generating a love for the place in which you and your ancestors conducted that way of life. Johann Herder once said that everyone loves his country, his manners, his language, his wife, his children, not because they are the best in the world, but because they are absolutely his own, and he loves himself and his own labors in them. Now, when we hear the term nationalism, many of us think of fascism or militarism, and there's a history of that in the world for sure. But it's better to think of the ism of nationalism as referring to the nation acting as a people for their national good. A Christian nation is a nation that is self-consciously Christian, and on that account seeks the nation's complete good, earthly and heavenly goods, for themselves and for their posterity. Now, the two ways that a people order themselves is through civil law and social customs. Civil laws, when just, are ordinances of God binding our conscience. Why? Because just laws are rooted in God's moral law. God's law is tailored for our good and happiness. Our highest happiness is found in eternal life. And so civil law ought to order us to the things of eternal life, word and sacrament. Civil law cannot compel belief in the gospel, nor that one worships God in heart, but it can create the best outward conditions for one to conduct undisturbed and focused worship of God. Thus, in addition to ensuring justice in our civil relations, civil authority can regulate the Sabbath day, for example, to remove those daily cares and concerns that distract us from Sunday worship. Though often defined by its abuse, cultural Christianity is vital to Christian nationalism. While civil law is an explicit ordering of society, cultural Christianity operates implicitly by establishing in us a positive, prejudicial regard for the gospel. It cannot bring us to faith, but it makes the truths of the faith plausible to us. Cultural Christianity also contributes to a more orderly, high-trust society, since everyone has a mutual expectation of Christian conduct. Thus, we have an explicit ordering of civil law and an implicit ordering by social custom. Together, these compose the sort of thing Christian nationalism is, what I call a totality of national action. This is a fancy way of saying that all things that a Christian nation would expect of us, both in law and custom, and no matter how mundane, are for the good of the whole. I'm Stephen Wolfe. For more on Christian nationalism, check out my book, The Case for Christian Nationalism.
It's fascinating. I think you are going to, maybe you are disturbed by what you heard, and that's completely okay. But listen to the very example that he gave of what happens when a nation becomes Christian in its totality. And what was the example that he gave? Come on, give it to me. It was Sabbath laws, Sunday laws. Properly ordering society so that people can go to church on Sunday. This is the Adventist scenario. And this is what Adventists have been preaching and proclaiming for more than 150 years. Notice also that civil law is something that the symbol that they were using was the law of God, the Ten Commandments. Once again, they are making the mistake that we have been speaking about, that we have been warning about, the very mistakes that has been happening historically are the mistakes that we are going to do again. And I believe that Christian nationalism is such a movement. Now, Stephen Wolfe has been previously quoted in this presentation, where he was saying that Christianity is not compatible with secularism. And of course, this kind of one is absolutely not. Here's an interview that he made with Jared Longshore. We will mention him too soon. And Stephen Wolfe was interviewed about the book.
I mean, it seems it's such a pertinent time, like God's providence and the timing of this book coming out, especially when you're talking about a national will and you have a desire to move people. You write that in the book, that you really want to compel people to take action.
A Christian place is something that Christians have to bring about. And I think what happened is that in America, it was assumed for decades, centuries, that we are a Christian people, we are a Christian nation, and this was just kind of the default understanding, especially in the 18th and 19th centuries. And then the neutral world hit. That is this idea where people, the secular powers are kind of ambivalent and let you do and say what you want. But now we're in the midst of a negative world, whereas there's an active hostility towards Christians. In order for civil institutions, for civil government, civil society, it's a matter of us saying that's what this is going to be. We're going to make a Christian government, and it's going to be us willing that into existence.
And it's certainly high time to do it. It's high time to take action. You actually define Christian nationalism in the book. So let me just read a definition here, and then we'll talk about that a little bit. Christian nationalism is a totality of national action consisting of civil laws and social customs conducted by a Christian nation as a Christian nation in order to procure for itself both earthly and heavenly good in Christ.
People in a Christian nation would do that would conduce to their good. But I focus in on, well, how are those ordered? How do we determine what those things are? And that one of them is civil law, and the other one is social customs. So civil law is just something that we're basically ordered to do by the magistrate for our good, and so this everything from speed limits, and I think also Sabbath laws, and we can get into more on that.
We're going to have to because you just took people. They were with you with speed limits, but they lost you on Sabbath laws.
Yeah,
but we'll come back. That's all right.
Sabbath laws. I mean, we haven't got
to teaser.
We haven't got to blasphemy yet. Blasphemy laws. So how do you order people? How do you order Christians to eternal life? Well, in an outward way, you do what you can so that they can worship God, and the church can administer word and sacrament. And how, in particular, how would you do that? You'd have Sabbath laws, and Sabbath laws are not simply to punish violations of Fourth Commandment, but to provide the conditions in which people can worship God without distraction. That's the purpose. The purpose is not simply God says Fourth Commandment, that's bad, so therefore we punish. That's not what I'm saying. We do that because the Fourth Commandment is essentially saying that we ought to worship God corporately with His people on Sunday or a special day, and so the civil government is there. How can the civil government, in an outward sense, order you to that? Like as I said, they remove the distractions of that day so that you can focus.
Did you see what he was saying? That once there is a Christian nation, then as it comes to civil legislation, it has to do everything from speed limits to Sabbath laws. And the Sabbath law is to simply make it possible for the distractions in society to be removed so that people can worship God. As you can see, the very root of this kind of law is not simply secular. The root of it is religious. And that's what people have to realize. And then the most fascinating thing, as he was saying that, well, you need to explain the Sabbath laws to people, is that he says, we haven't come to blasphemy laws yet. And now, if this is a new thought, is something that we will see even more in this presentation, the idea of blasphemy laws. I mean, this is what happens in Saudi Arabia. This is what happens in oppressive totalitarian Muslim regimes in the Middle East. And this is what people want to happen in America. And I mean, think about it. If you are in the right category of the religion, in this sense, the Christian nationalist version, then obviously you don't have a problem with it. But what about all the others who are not willing to participate? What will happen to those who will dare to speak up against this movement, who will speak up against its ideology? Well, it is going to be claimed blasphemy. If I say that the seventh day of the Sabbath is the true Sabbath, right, the Saturday, and that Sunday is a false Sabbath, and that Jesus has resurrected on Sunday, of course, but that doesn't mean that it has been changed. The sanctity of the Sabbath has not been changed because there is no Bible verse indicating that in the Old, and of course in the New Testament. Is that going to be seen as blasphemous? Is that going to be seen as a dissenter going against the mainstream Christianity? Of course. So we have blasphemy laws, we have Sabbath laws that they want to bring about in this society. And the last clip from Stephen Wolfe about policing. Check this out.
But that natural entity, that family, is now doing things that are oriented and pointed to higher things in their family worship or in their prayer together or in their attending church together, whatever it is. The same thing with the nation. A nation would say, hey, we're Christian, let's act in light of that. And in doing so, they're not pulling heaven down to earth, but they are pointing to the things above. And so practically this would mean, I think the basic thing would be like Sabbath laws, meaning Sunday there are to be laws that would restrict certain commerce unless it was emergency activity. And also in terms of a social custom side, it would be that people would say we're Christian, and then they would essentially have a type of self-policing activity that you see. So we're very good at, for example, policing, quote, racism. Well, if not racism, why not police against atheism? Or why not police against blasphemy in some form? Why we're all very comfortable with, like, attacking and firing and whatever, the racists, but why not these other things as well that actually point to higher things? So that's the custom side of it. So in the end, it's not as if like it's some like the gospel. I'm not saying that the gospel itself, that the gospel in itself calls for Christian nationalism. It's that a nation that orders itself properly will order the people to the gospel. And he goes up to the counter, it's like 10 a.m., and he has a six-pack or whatever it is. And the guy's like, I can't sell that to you because I can't sell beer until noon on Sunday. And he's like, oh, wow. And he told me, he said that moment when he was 20 years old, trying to buy beer at 10 a.m. on Sunday in Long Island, New York, he essentially said, I gotta straighten my life around again and start going back to church. And to this day, the guy is still in church. His family's in church. He's active in the local school I'm part of. Sabbath observance can be mandated, but not church attendance. That is closing down kind of non-essential services on Sundays.
So the gospel doesn't require for this, then why even have it? Because we are living in good societies right now where we are not forced to give up our Christianity. I don't think that would be any stretch of imagination to do that in the western part of the world. People have the freedom to go to their churches and worship on whatever day they want and also whatever religion they want. So if the gospel doesn't require it, why do that? And I would say that this kind of totalitarian regime that they want to build is actually going to make people hypocrites, because people are not going to follow from the heart. They are actually going to follow because it's a must. And that is the problem. And also remember, I said in the previous comment that what about blasphemy laws? Are these kinds of presentations going to be allowed? Are they going to tolerate this kind of a thing? And he just said that we have to self-police people. We have to police people on atheism. But I'm thinking to myself, as that time is going to come, They're going to say we have to police Adventism, probably. We have to police pastors and evangelists and also Bible workers and lay people who are preaching these kinds of messages. So there is the censorship of the globalists and the ultra-liberalists, but then there is the censorship and the deplatforming and the policing of blasphemy laws in the context of religion of people that do not agree with them. This is Jared Longshore. He was interviewing Stephen Wolf. He is also an associate with Doug Wilson, pastoring at the same church. And notice the kind of mentality that it's all about. He's reacting to a liberal journalist from NBC, I think, or MSNBC, some of those American TV channels, and where the journalist was saying that Christian nationalists are those who do not believe that their rights come from government, their rights come from God. And obviously the journalist has no clue whatsoever what she is talking about, because all Christians who are biblical believe that all rights that we have come from God, and it is the purpose of the government to protect those rights that we can live them out, right? And so Jared Longshore takes that very, very big pancake that she has done, and then he's going towards a complete other conclusion. Listen to this.
Consider the logic. If our civil rights come from the triune God, does it not follow that civil allegiance must be paid to him? We might stamp "In God We Trust" on our money. We might declare that we are one nation under God. We might structure our civil affairs such that on the one day in 7, which God has deemed holy, we rest from our work and worship him. This civil and public acknowledgement should certainly be formalized in our governing documents. How could we do any other if our rights come from him? But it is not going to stop there. If our rights come from God, then won't it follow that our laws must come from him? It would be quite strange if our rights came from God, but then the law of our land paid no regard to what he has revealed. I dare say that the God-given rights might collide with the laws of our land if those laws went rogue and didn't pay attention to the rights giver.
So he's basically saying that if our rights come from God, shouldn't our laws come from God? And this is where we as Christians would say, absolutely. The purpose of the law of God is that it is within that where you are able to experience the ultimate freedom from which you have been created to. So absolutely. But at the same time, we must recognize that God is not a God of force. God doesn't force his created beings to follow him. He actually wants to persuade us. He wants to convince us. He wants to lead us by the truth, so that by coming to Christ, he is leading us to live a life of obedience. So he's making it too far, and also recognizing that, saying that we must have one day and follow that Sunday, so we can see it all over again, how this narrative is repeated.
America should be a Christian nation. What do I mean by Christian nation? Well, let me borrow from Doug Wilson's recent book. He describes mere Christendom as a network of nations bound together by a formal public civic acknowledgement of the lordship of Jesus Christ and the fundamental truth of the Apostles' Creed. I mean a public and formal recognition of the authority of Jesus Christ that repudiates the principles of secularism and that avoids both hard sectarianism and easy latitudinarianism both. So my claim is simply that America should be one of those mere Christendom nations. To narrow the point even a bit more, America should formally acknowledge the Lord Jesus Christ and have leaders who do the same. Yes, this shocks modern American man.
Should shock modern man, because this is not what Jesus has asked us. Jesus says that render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, and render unto God that which is God. Jesus himself recognized that there was a fundamental difference of a certain kind of service that we are to give to the state that we are not to give to God. And there is a certain kind of service which can only be given to God and not to the state. So what he is saying here is that he's quoting from Doug Wilson's book, this system of nations comprising Christendom. And this is something that has actually been done in the past. In 1864, the National Reform Association in the United States wanted to include, as a preamble to the Constitution, this very phrase, that we want to have the Lord, we accept the Lord Jesus Christ as our God, and that we are a Christian nation, and so on and so on. So this is not a new thing. It has been tried before, but it has failed. And the Christian nationalism movement is seeking to do that. And once again, notice that while there is Christian nationalism, so the focus of nationalism, if nations become Christians, there can be a global network of such kind of countries. What do we call that? Globalism. So you see, there is a liberal form of globalism, and then there is a conservative, nationalistic form of globalism still, where Bible prophecy said that all the world will wander after the beast.
Your proposal sounds like a domineering one that will suffocate people who think differently and strip people of their liberties. This final objection signals the real trouble with our thinking and our hearts. The Lordship of Christ is not tyranny, but freedom. If the Son sets you free, you will be free indeed. This proposal in no way contradicts the doctrine of Christian liberty, albeit it does transgress the doctrine of religious liberty, modernly conceived.
Once again, the Christian nationalists, they are not for religious liberty. I hope you can see that as by far as in the presentation. So religious liberty is what we have seen is the Protestant heritage of the separation of church and state. And we have to recognize that this is something that has been forgotten, and people are simply just keep repeating this stuff all over again. In this presentation, he's raising 3 objections that people have against Christian nationalism and that he is answering. And so I hope it becomes clear to as many people as possible that they do not give any toleration to people that are dissenting from this viewpoint. And what Al Mohler said, remember that in a maximalized Christian state, right, people have to acknowledge the structure. People have to acknowledge the structure. We come to another man, Timon Klein. He was also speaking at NetCon 4, and his topic was the case for renouncing separation of church and state. I am not making this up. Literally, I'm not making this up. I am taking these messages and just presenting to you that the Protestant version of Christian nationalism is the post-liberal order around common good. Now, who is Timon Klein? He's an attorney, associate editor of American Reformer, and a fellow at Craig Center at Westminster Theological Seminary. His writing can be found at the American Conservative, Modern Reformation and American Mind, among others. What does he has to say? Well, the title of the presentation, of course, you can watch it, shows clearly that, the wall is just the made-up stuff. Liberals have invented it. Obviously, the founding fathers, if we would ask them, they wouldn't say that. But how would Timon Klein would describe this new empire, this new republic, this new Christendom nation? Let's listen.
When you hear secularism, this is something I'll say tonight, you should just hear anti-Christian. There's no such thing as secularism. There's just a competing different religious establishment and regime that is asserting itself. And it's a liberal lie to think there's this kind of neutral, secular, meaning religious-free, moral-free, bare kind of algorithm we all live in. That's just not the way it works.
Then you have somebody says, hey, well, we have to deal with bad laws in the books, and so we have to kind of get along with these bad laws and try to put new laws in its place. And your response was, there's no such thing as a bad law. What do you mean?
Well, law doesn't derive from itself its own character or morality. So it's kind of like technology, right? There's no such thing as bad technology. There's just uses and abuses of technology, of the bare thing. Law, isn't self-referent. That's my point in saying that. And I often say, to be provocative, that basically the structure of things and way things are generally working is totally fine. It's actually operating the way it's supposed to. It's just that all the moral inputs are wrong. And so, the way that people want to bemoan, we're feeling coerced, we're feeling forced, we're feeling pressure to do X, Y, Z thing. And they're appealing to, they're sort of pulling up shy of where their appeal should really go. It's not wrong for the government to say, we endorse this kind of morality and not that kind. You are a good citizen if you do this and not that. That's what government always does. The problem is the type of morality and religion that's being proposed through that. That's where we should really take the fight. And that's what Christian nationalists in many ways are doing. It's not like it's a monolithic movement. And we can talk about the label, its use and utility in a minute. But people are waking up to, in some intuitive sense, this fact that it's not which but whether, and you got to make a choice on what kind of country you want to live in.
So Timon Klein is basically saying us that there are no bad laws. Do you really believe that? Even the analogy from technology falls apart because there is technology which is bad. Let's say you have a smartphone and then it suddenly explodes. Obviously, there is bad technology and there is such a thing as bad laws, which means that when the Bible says that there are unrighteous laws that, for instance, in Isaiah chapter 10, it says that there are unrighteous laws that you are following. There are bad laws, and the purpose of the laws is to protect the individual, protect families and societies so that they can live the kind of life that God intends them to live. And then he says that the purpose of law is to impose upon the people, and that it is just the content that is the different. I disagree. It might be true when it comes to morality, but not when it comes to worship, and not when it comes to the religious sphere. We have seen that over and over again, that God gives liberty on that issue. And so in this, he's asked about, give me an establishment scenario of how it would look like a nation which is Christian. And this is really interesting.
So there's various modes of establishment, but the thing that unites them is this public recognition of Christianity, and in some sense, its privileging of Christianity and its punishment of violations of certain public affronts to Christianity, and then it's also its disfavoring of non-Christians. It doesn't, the tolerance only makes sense. It doesn't make sense in a pluralistic vein. It only makes sense when there is some kind of establishment that is, not generally pagan, where you have a multiplicity of deities that's allowable. So tolerance is something you can show to dissenters, and they'll always be present. But there's no requirement that you need to favor them or give them equal sort of civil participation or representation as the Christians. And we always and everywhere do this in some regard. It's just a question of whether it's Christian or not.
Give us the minimum that would have to happen in order to go, that's a soft establishment.
But you have these kinds of open, legally codified privileges of Christians, not just in a gratuitous sense, but with the recognition that these are the people that will contribute to social life in a way that's congruent with their peers, and also that's objectively good, right? So we want to make sure they're the ones that are in charge, essentially. And then you also want to make it easy for Christians to do Christian things. I mean, that's the main rationale given by courts for Sabbath laws. It is in our tradition, it is historical, but the main thing is we don't want Christians economically on Sundays to be overcome by non-Christians just because they want to worship the Lord, right? That's not a choice they should have to make. We want to make it very easy for and make it clear to everyone which Sabbath we're in favor of. That's the religion we want to be perpetuated. You had one more question, and I forget what it was now.
Well, I think you covered them both. It was what would be the bare minimum, and you kind of indicated Sabbath laws and certain close customs.
I think, bare minimum.
There is so much that could be said even about this one clip. Notice that the establishment, whatever that means, would have to include not only just the public acknowledgement that, there is this Christian notion, but also that Christianity is to be privileged over everybody else. Likewise, dissenters can be punished, and also dissenters, we don't have to give them full equal rights and privileges to be participating in society. That is the very language of Pope Leo XIII. That is Catholic speaking, and now it is done in a Protestant version. It's absolutely amazing that he will speak like a dragon, and this is what we are seeing. These are, as I said, the leaders, the academic leaders, the thought leaders of this National Conservative Conference and Christian nationalist movement. And the very example, did you hear, of what kind of society would be Christian, they always go back to Sabbath laws. They always go back to the Sunday. And then he said that, well, it is very important to make the distinction that it has to be on a Sunday, and then for everybody it has to be closed, because if he doesn't work but others work, then there is economic disquality, So basically he's saying that everybody is able to do, but the Christian person is able to do that on a Saturday. But what about a Sabbath keeper? Well, because a Sabbath keeper is not part of the mainstream, he will have to, let's say, close his shop on a Saturday and on a Sunday. But that doesn't matter, because there is no tolerance to this in this context. Once again, my friends, this is totalitarian as much as it can go. My friends, this has been a long presentation, and we have the fifth part left, the Catholic version of Christian nationalism. We have seen the Adventist scenario of end-time events where church and state will come together in the United States to legislate Sunday laws. We are seeing that we are going towards a post-liberal order built upon the common good, especially understood from a Catholic version. We see the Protestant version of Christian nationalism basically speaking about and repeating the Adventist scenario. But what about the Catholic version of Christian nationalism? This comes from the Twitter page of Shane Schatzel. He said, Catholic integralism plus Protestant dominionism equals American nationalism. He said, Christian nationalism, as understood in a modern American context, is a strictly political and economic alliance between Catholic integralists and Protestant dominionists for the common goal of bringing individual states and eventually the nation as a whole, so that's the end goal, back into conformity with Christian governance. This means the laws that reflect basic Christian morality and government protection of Christian churches' communities against militant secularism and rapid Christophobia, while affirming the Christian identity of the people and the states. Now, what is really fascinating is that Donald Trump, just a week ago or so, chose his running mate, J.D. Vance. Now, there could be a lot said about J.D. Vance, but one important factor is that he's a convert, you guessed it, to Catholicism. He converted and became an official member and baptized into the Catholic Church 2019. And he has been in the U.S. Senate as a Republican since 2022, if I remember correctly, from the state of Ohio. And it is so amazing to see that Donald Trump, the leader of the Make America Great movement, has chosen J.D. Vance as his running mate, the vice president. I have to say that J.D. Vance is 39 years old, so he is very, very young. But J.D. Vance has a certain Catholic vision which influences him in the political life. And it has to be said, as I pointed out earlier, that J.D. Vance is in good communication and contact with Patrick Deneen. Remember, the brain, the academic behind the post-liberal order, and together with the Heritage Foundation president, Kevin Roberts. So these are the people that have been shaping him and helping him to see the world from a Catholic perspective, and that is not of the left, like other politicians, but from the right, from this little post-liberal ideology. So who is J.D. Vance? That's what many people are asking. In the magazine, American Conservative, when Vance became a senator, it said 2 beautiful words, Senator Vance. And there's new direction for the GOP. But before we come to that, he was holding a presentation and he was asked the following question.
The second question is from Christian. How specific do you think the conservative moral vision has to be to succeed in the political sphere? Is it enough to merely reject woke politics? Do our leaders need to have some understanding of natural law? What about religion?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it needs to have a specific vision. Look, there are going to be disagreements. There are always going to be disagreements. But I don't think our philosophy can just be a rejection of the left. We have to offer something in response. I mean, one of my favorite political sayings is that a lame horse is going to be no horse every single time. We actually have to have a horse here. We have to provide, what is our vision of this country? What do we want it to look like? What happens to the people, whether they're young or old, who do the right things? What does their life look like in our country? And I don't think you can do that unless you have a very specific moral vision. Again, there are going to be disagreements, but we have to actually provide an alternative. You can't just be anti-left in this country. It might mean you get some political wins, but I don't think long term it's going to lead you to anywhere any of us want to go.
Great.
So he is asked the question, so what does natural law have any purpose in guiding in political life and ambitions? And so what about religion? And as a good Catholic, he says that absolutely, that has to be the case. Now, he doesn't specify the vision for the nation, but if we know the connection of J.D. Vance to Patrick Deneen, you just go back and listen to the vision of the post-liberal order that Patrick Deneen had given in this presentation, which I have shown you. Vance gave a similar answer, but Deneen went a bit further and said that our vision has to be the common good. That's what it has to be built upon. So let's see what Vance has been into. Now, to the article, 2 beautiful words, Senator Vance, the question was asked, to what extent do you expect your Catholic faith to guide your views on public policy? My views on public health and what the optimal state should look like are pretty aligned with Catholic social teaching. Let us stop. Have we seen in this presentation what the optimal state is according to Catholic social teaching, especially if you focus it on Pope Leo XIII? Definitely. So is that what he has in mind? Obviously, it is the phrase common good, right? Let's continue. That was one of the things that drew me to the Catholic Church. I saw a real overlap between what I would like to see and what the Catholic Church would like to see. So Vance is very serious about this, and he says that Catholic social teaching and my faith of Catholicism is what is going to guide me in my political career, and obviously that is likewise true for him as vice president if he becomes that. And I think that this is so wise decision by the Republican Party to make Vance the vice president, not because he's young, not because he is obviously politically very sophisticated. He is. But if the future of the world is the post-liberal order, then obviously he is going to be the best candidate, not only for vice president. If it would be that there are 4 years with Trump and they win the election, it could even happen that him as vice president would be the one who would run for president and be potentially president for 8 years. He is the post-liberal candidate. He has said it himself, as we are going to see. So this is, if they win, this is powerful. But will it be, will things happen within the next 4 years, prophetically speaking? I believe so. We don't know if God will allow the winds to come and he will still hold them back, but this is, I believe, very prophetic. So what about Catholic social doctrine? Now, Catholic social doctrine is, as it says in the document, an instrument of evangelization. And all of it must be based upon the natural law. So what does it mean? If Catholic social teaching is supposed to be the basis for an optimal state, then legislation must be based upon the same as well. Which means that any legislation that is rooted in Catholic social teaching is a form of what? It's an instrument of evangelism. It is mission. It is simply to bring that state or that nation or that continent even closer to the paradigm of Catholicism. And it has to do with natural law. In point 22, it says that the Ten Commandments is the privileged expression of the natural law. Now let us stop quickly here. Have we seen from the National Conservative Conference, and especially the leader, that the Ten Commandments is supposed to be our symbol? So same thing with Catholic social teaching. It is an instrument of evangelism, and the Ten Commandments have to happen. Now they describe universal human morality. And in point 258 in this appendium, it says that the apex of biblical teaching on work is the commandment of what? Sabbath rest. So there you have Catholic social teaching. There is the worker's right. And obviously, if you work, you also have a right to what? Rest. So here you have presented Sabbath rest as a worker's right. In point 284, in the section of rest from work, it says, just as I said it now, rest from work is a what? It's a right. People have to be given sufficient rest. And the institution of the Lord's Day contributes to this. And it happens on Sundays. Point 286, public authorities have the duty to ensure that this happens. Christians, in respect of religious freedom and of the common good of all, can you see that again? I'm going to read that again. Christians, in respect of religious freedom and of the common good of all, should seek to have Sundays and the church's holy days recognized as legal holidays. Welcome to the post-liberal order. Catholic social teaching is centered around the common good of all, so have Sundays to be enforced upon everyone. And it's a contribution, they say. Now, what is interesting is that John Paul II has written an apostolic letter called Dies Domini. And in point 66, he says that when through the centuries she has made laws, speaking about the church, Catholic Church, she has made laws concerning Sunday rest. And it is for the servant who has been working. And he says, in this matter, my predecessor, Pope Leo XIII, whom we have already mentioned, who was against liberalism, spoke of Sunday rest as a worker's right which the state must guarantee. Which the state must guarantee. So what is John Paul II calling for? He's calling for a Sunday law. And just as in the Catholic social teaching, it has to be for the common good of all. The state must guarantee it. But check this out, what I discovered about this. Do you see on the first red part of Sunday rest, there is in brackets 109. Now that is the footnote which they put into the back of the document. So I read the footnote and it said that the most ancient text of this kind, in other words, the Catholic Church making laws concerning Sunday rest, the most ancient text of this kind is Canon 29 of the Council of Laodicea, coming from the second half of the 4th century. And then they are saying, from the 6th to the 9th century, many councils prohibited opera ruralia, the legislated on prohibited activities, supported by civil laws, became increasingly detailed. So for every Sunday law that the church was producing and which the state, remember, must guarantee, so the church came and then the state, gave it. How was the Council of Laodicea Sunday law given? Now here's the point, Canon 29, and it says, Christians must not Judaize by resting on the Sabbath, but must what? Work on that day, rather honoring the Lord's day, if they can, resting then as Christians. But if any shall be found to be Judaizers, let them be anathema. So this is fascinating, and here's my comments. When John Paul II was calling for Sunday legislation, as we saw in Dies Domini, he was referring back to the different church council decisions, highlighting the Council of Laodicea. This shows that this is not only about calling for the protection of voluntary rest, but the enforcement of religious mandatory Sunday rest for all, just like we have seen with the Protestant and the Protestant version of Christian nationalism. And if you pay close attention to how the canon is phrased, it says that there is also a curse upon Sabbath keepers who rest on the Sabbath. So this is not just any ordinary Sunday law. This is literally a Sunday law coupled together with an anti-biblical law. Meaning that if there are people, they are not supposed to Judaize, but they are supposed to work on the Sabbath and instead resting on Sunday. So this is a fascinating element in all of this. Let us come back to J.D. Vance. Restoring a Nation conference was in 2022, a conference at Franciscan University of Steubenville, focusing on reversing the decline of America. And the article said that Restoring a Nation, listen to this, the common good, there you have it again, will examine how the liberal agenda, with its promises of equal opportunity and an endless array of lifestyle choices, has plunged working and middle-class people into job and health insecurity and yielded a public square owned and controlled by a narrow elite, said Sohrab Ahmari. I'm going to come to that man right now. And the people that have been participating, here they are all, and J.D. Vance, candidate for U.S. Senate, was part of this fascinating conference. And you see, this conference is giving the insight into the Catholic version of Christian nationalism. And J.D. Vance, as we have seen, is in good contact with Patrick Deneen, sort of a mentor, and all these other ones are very close too. Well, now what did they teach? There was a presentation called The Post-Liberal Promise, Another World is Possible. In the middle you can see Patrick Deneen in the middle, and to the left is Sohrab Ahmari. He is the one who organized the very conference. And so they are saying that another world is possible. Now let us turn to Sohrab Ahmari, because we already know what Patrick Deneen thinks about the other world that is possible. It's very clear. He said a pre-liberal beliefs where Christianity is publicly acknowledged, that is the post-liberal order, according to him. What about Sohrab Ahmari? Here's another article. The new right academics argue for biblical lawmaking, and including Republican Ohio Senate candidate J.D. Vance. Now this is Sohrab Ahmari to the right, and this fellow to the left we have already seen, Yoram Hazmouni, the leader of the National Conservative Conference. Do you see how they are all interconnected? And by the way, J.D. Vance held a presentation at National Conservative Conference, but we don't have time to go into that now. But listen to Sohrab Ahmari.
It's really wonderful to have you on, and I'm very excited about your new book, The Unbroken Thread, which makes the case for a return to tradition, both at the political level and also at the personal level. You just published an essay in the Wall Street Journal, I guess an excerpt, on the Sabbath yourself. So what is your message? What is your message of the Sabbath?
I guess I would argue for restoring Sabbath blue laws. Now, I know a lot of my Jewish friends will say, but that actually made life harder for Jews who are observant, because obviously that means that they've lost 2 days over the weekend. But, if you think about it, this country had Sabbatarianism, I mean, the United States, before it was a nation. Before, in colonial Virginia, they had Sabbath blue laws, and Virginia was supposed to be less religious than New England. In New Amsterdam, the Dutch imposed Sabbath blue laws. And up until not too long ago, it was just the norm. I mean, it was only in 2019, I think, that North Dakota became the last state to get rid of its statewide blue laws. But with some of our libertarian friends, when you mention all this, if you say, maybe we should have a kind of day of rest, that say, that's authoritarian. And this is a theme that you and I think, would agree on, Yoram, all the time, where the past in a kind of liberal frame, the past of even 2 years ago becomes authoritarian because there was some aspect of life that was not fully left up to individual autonomy and individual choice. And so you begin to look at not just, let alone 200 years ago, even the 1990s become an age of horrible, repressive oppression, what have you. And so these arguments we need to have, because are these people suggesting that our grandfathers were living in a totalitarian state because they couldn't shop for half a day? It's nonsense.
So the main organizer of the conference, Restoring a Nation, the Common Good within an American tradition, we see that he has written a book and how tradition can help people in today, not only personally, but in the political life. And one of the chapters in his book deals with Sabbath, which I believe is a good thing. I'm a Sabbath keeper myself, remember that. But he's speaking about the restoration of blue laws, the restoration of Sabbath laws, which is absolutely amazing. And he is saying that, we have to go back because, and this Catholic individual, he was a secular Muslim, he became a Catholic, and he's making the same argument as the Protestant we have seen with their version of Christian nationalism. That in the colonial times there were Sabbath laws, and we saw a clip about the Puritans, what kind of Sunday laws they had. And then at the very end of the clip, I really wanted to include that, because he says, were our forefathers really authoritative and totalitarian because of that? And I mean, go back and watch the clip about the Puritans and the Sunday laws, and I believe that they were. I really believe that they were. And hands down, people who would watch that clip would also come away with that. And so there is this push from now the Catholic. We have seen the Protestants, but from a Catholic perspective of the Sunday law. If you look at his Twitter page, he wrote an article for Wall Street Journal, "Losing the Sabbath as a day of rest and worship has made us less free. It's time to restore Sabbath blue laws." And this is an excerpt from his book, Unbroken Thread. What we have lost in rejecting the Sabbath. In another magazine, Deseret News, Legislating Morality, Restoring the Sabbath, how Sohrab Ahmari wants to mend our broken thread of tradition. And he was asked in the news article, would you support restored Sabbath laws and more broadly, public activism toward policies of this nature? And his answer was, that's my jam, man. Definitely. There is a Sunday movement going on. He also wrote on his Twitter, the future of American right is, listen to this, post-liberal. And our best campaign issue is restoring Sabbath. Give us our weekend back. So the future of the American right is post-liberal, and what is going to unite us as a political coalition is the Sabbath. Fascinating developments. Now, Sohrab Ahmari is a traditionalist Catholic, which means that, as it says here, Ahmari's conversion was to a juridical church, one characterized by authority and law, a church that looked more like the 19th century church of the First Vatican Council. So that would be the Pope Leo XIII, then the 21st century that followed Second Vatican Council. Ahmari defines himself as a traditionalist, by which he means that tradition, marked by authority and law, provides a bulwark that preserves the church from the pernicious influence. This is a form of traditionalism that is attractive many Catholics today. And those Christians that are ignoring the Second Vatican Council and saying that that is the liberal element of Catholicism, they are traditionalists and saying that we need to go back to the First Vatican Council thinking. And what many traditionalist Catholics are doing is that they are saying that religious freedom is a heresy, And listen to what he was asked. Not correct. He is asked about what is he politically, like he's a Catholic, but how would he see his political influence? Is he a Catholic integralist? But he's going to say, no, I am following political Catholicism.
Political Catholicism is something else to my mind, and it's essentially the political vision of the Catholic Church. It's not a new invention it's not a modern thing. It's a kind of perennial teaching of the Church. And here's my formulation of it. And this is a kind of frank conversation between a faithful Catholic and a faithful Jew. So we have to see where we can suss this out. But the vision of political Catholicism, to my mind, is this: that Christianity has always been meant to be a mass religion, and therefore it fully became itself when it came to encompass Roman civilization. So that unlike a certain type of, I would argue, Anabaptist or kind of Christian libertarian vision that looks at the Constantinian conversion as this catastrophe. Political Catholicism looks at the Constantinian conversion as the faith becoming more fully itself, because then becomes first the legal religion and then the official religion of the Roman Empire. And what that means is that first of all, the Christian share of the population massively expands in a very short amount of time, from something like 5-10% to 95%, although keeping census is hard, but roughly speaking, those are the kinds of numbers that you encounter. And so through the process of the Constantinian conversion, you had a situation in which the state was no longer making it difficult for people to be Christian. It was no longer a religion of a few kind of ascetic elites, but rather of the ordinary Roman. And he may not have been, a week earlier, he may have been offering, sacrifices to the pagan gods, and he may not have understood all the creeds, but nevertheless, he benefited from efficacious sacraments, baptism, and he lived a more humane order where you wouldn't expose babies to die outside the city walls or what have you. And that kind of perennial vision of the idea that church and civilization should be involved with each other is Christendom, is the West. Now, what form that should take in the 21st century may be different than the form that it took with, Constantine or the Emperor Theodosius or Charlemagne or what have you. The forms are different. It needn't necessarily, to my mind, be a monarchy with thrones and so forth. But we have to find some way to have kind of the religion that is at the foundation of the West to be involved with civilization, taking into account, obviously, the fact that, we don't want to repeat the mistakes of medieval Christendom, right? So be very clear about that. And there are certain things that the medievals got wrong, and not being romantic about it. But to try to think, because one way or another, I think there's just no neutrality. We've learned that the past few years. Human beings like to put up their temples in the public square and their altars. So some altar will be going up, and liberal order has made the altar of the unbound self, the one that it puts up in the public square. So, and that's not good for people of faith. So some way or another, we have to find some way of integrating the public square and the church. But again, what form that will take, I'm open about. I've got to, we have to work that out as a kind of challenge of the 21st century. That's kind of political Catholicism to me. It's just the idea of a civilization where faith isn't so difficult.
There was a reason why I put this 4-minute presentation, 4-minute clip into this presentation, because I don't want anybody to say to me, "Oh, Sebastian, you are just taking him out of context, or you are just putting words into his mouth," but I allowed him to speak. And he described that the political Catholicism that he has is something that was basically during the Dark Ages, and that he wants to have it back. Now he says, I don't really know the kind of forms and how it's supposed to look like, but he was saying that we are not supposed to commit the mistakes of Christendom. Did you hear that? We're not supposed to commit the mistakes of Christendom. But then the second or the third sentence after that was, we are not supposed to we are supposed to reject the idea of neutrality. But my friend, the mistake of Christendom was the idea of not giving neutrality. You see, so they are going back to the same problem where there is no tolerance. As I said before, there is a reason for the tolerance and the liberalism that has come up with the Protestant heritage. But basically, it is church and state, it is very clear, and he says that this is to unite. The West is to have a foundation upon Christianity where the state is enforcing its dogmas. But listen to this. So now we have listened to the clip. He is able to explain himself for us and for all the listeners of that interview. And then the interviewer is asking him a key question that he didn't anticipate. I love the question. Listen to the question.
That's I think a rough summary of what I think of political Catholicism. You can call it integralism if you want.
Does any of this require rewriting the American Constitution?
It's a good question. I mean, because in some sense, it all seems so theoretical and academic as you and I speak. I think I'm persuaded by my friend Adrian Vermeule, his vision of common good constitutionalism, where he says, that the magnificent generalities of the Constitution are an invitation for us to imbue them with a kind of richer meaning of the good. And so I guess if you follow that line of thinking, the answer becomes no.
This is absolutely amazing. This is so good. The interviewer is asking, okay, so now you have laid forward, the church and the state are supposed to unite. Something that the interviewer, as we have seen, he himself doesn't believe in that. He doesn't believe it's a separation of church. It's not supposed to be like that. But he says, does the U.S. Constitution have to be rewritten if the scenario that you have described is going to take effect? And did you see the person, Sohrab Ahmari, he was so taken off. He wasn't anticipating this. He wasn't expecting this question. And he was like, that's a good question. And, for me, if you would ask me that question, what would be the answer? No, of course. The Constitution doesn't have to be rewritten. But he says that's a good question. And so he was alluding to a person in his answer to a man by the name of Adrian Vermeule. And Adrian Vermeule was also one of the presenters of this Restoring a Nation conference. And he has basically come up with a new way of interpreting the Constitution. And he calls it beyond originalism. And he says that it's the dominant conservative philosophy for interpreting the Constitution has served its purpose, and scholars ought to develop a more moral framework. Now, I'm not a constitutional scholar or lawyer, but what I have understood is that originalism is the idea, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but originalism is the idea that we have to understand the Constitution the way it was written, in the time it was written, and the way the founders were thinking. Now, the Democrats on the left, they want to change the Constitution, remember, because they want to take out the Second Amendment, the right to carry arms and the right to carry weapons and so on. It has to be abolished. So you see, the Democrats, the seculars, the liberals, whatever you want to call them, they want to change the Constitution to fit within their perception. But here we have the religious right, the new right, the post-liberal right, and they are basically saying, as Sohrab said, that the Constitution allows much generalities. In other words, if that is the way, then of course you're going to read that, and if there is a lot of generalities in a certain phrase, then you are going to come to certain conclusions that you want to come to. That's the thing. If you believe that separation of church and state is a bad thing, you are going to interpret the First Amendment in a way so that you can legislate worship and religious laws. So having given this very, very sophisticated answer, his answer back was, no, in this way you don't have to change the Constitution. Why? Because the Constitution allows much rich generalities which we with our imagination can use. Do you understand why we read in Ellen White, where she says that every principle of the Constitution will be repudiated as a Protestant and Republican government. It is so prophetic. So coming back to the Steubenville Conference, the biblical lawmaking that was argued was, we heard from Zohrab Ahmari, he wants to have Sunday law. And the article says that though the U.S. Constitution's First Amendment prohibits the establishment of official state religion, several of the conference's Catholic speakers articulated their dissatisfaction with a, listen to this, religiously neutral American civil society. My friends, this is Pope Leo XIII. I cannot say anything more than this in American civil society. Harvard Law professor Adrian Vermeule, remember, he was the one who came with the Beyond Originalism constitutional framework, who has advocated for the kind of, listen to this, common good constitutionalism that would empower the state to legislate public morality, also spoke at the conference. He focused his remarks on defending the authority of the federal bureaucracy, also called the administrative state, to uphold the common good. What is it about? It's about the common good. The common good, the post-liberal order. The article says that there were leading new right nationalists, post-liberal conservatives. How can we do this? And traditional Christian morality, that is Catholic, has to be restored to a central place in society and mainstream culture, and political power to enforce those religious values and punish woke progressives. Josh Hammer said that we must have overt biblically grounded lawmaking, and only this ecumenical integralism represents our only hope for recovery at this late hour in our ailing, decadent republic. And one of the things that was discussed, that restoring Christian values, not only that abortion and gender reassignment surgeries are outlawed, traditional marriage and large families are supported, but listen to this, commerce is banned on what day? Sundays. You can't respond to the left liberalism with liberalism, Pecknold said, who, like other speakers, criticized the idea of a values-neutral or secular public square where the state does not endorse a religious framework or societal outlook. Pecknold spoke of the necessity of a public orientation to God, which he said could be reflected in concrete ways, such as certain national holidays, civic liturgies, and now it comes, Sabbath laws. The Catholic version of Christian nationalism wants Sabbath laws. A perfect society has elevating power to unite us to our final end, which is God. My friends, remember, the Protestant version of Christian nationalism says, this is where we are going. The Catholic version of Christian nationalism says, this is where we are going. Both of them are leading to the same very thing. It is absolutely amazing. Listen to Pecknold as he is explaining his views.
Video, Chad Pecknold elaborates on what the Catholic Church envisions when the common good is realized.
In the Catholic vision, the sharing of the common good is precisely the way in which our personal goods are elevated. Sabbath laws are a way of publicly orienting us to God, but also safeguarding the common good of the family, the common good of the sacrament of the family, marriage, the common good of local communities, the common good of, indeed, Holy Church. And the state, in making such laws, sets a limit. Itself must set the limits.
In the following clip, Mr. Pecknold further emphasizes the need for a public ordination towards God. He then details the fact that the infrastructure is already in place to restore Sunday laws, traditionally referred to as blue laws.
The public ordination to God is something that has suffered badly in recent decades, but it is easily restored. And I would say it is enacted and continues to be on the books in many different states in the way of blue laws, of Sabbath laws. If you've been following our disputes, we've been proponents of Sabbath laws. A restoration of the Sabbath is the most concrete and material gift that we can give to our nation.
Sunday Advocate.
A public orientation to God then reflected where? Reflected in concrete ways, in national holidays, in civic liturgies, in laws, indeed, Sabbath laws, Sunday laws that would require a cessation of what? Commerce could cease, and we could be free for one day for God.
I don't know how is it with you, but I feel very free, and I am not, compelled by anybody to do this. So you can see the Adventist scenario of end-time events when you are listening to these people, whether it is the Protestant version, whether it is the Catholic version. You can see prophecy fulfilling. Now, it is true that this is still in the academic world and on the grassroots world, but this is eventually going to come into the public world. That's what they want. They want this discussion. They want these topics to enter into the political life. And it is going to be interesting to see that if Donald Trump wins, together with J.D. Vance, if he remains vice president, how is life going to be? Let me come to Rusty Reno. I told you before, I already shown you, he's the editor of First Things. He has written the book Resurrecting the Idea of a Christian Society. And he was speaking at the National Conservative Conference, where he was saying, Justice Roberts, tear down that wall. And it was alluding to the wall of separation of church and state. So what does he say about Catholic Christian nationalism and all the different things that has to be done?
And we used to have, when I was a child, blue laws that just dramatically restricted commerce on the Sabbath. I think we should have, I don't think can we go back to that? Probably not. But I do think the state legislature in Colorado, where you're living, ought to limit, or at least the local Colorado Springs City Council ought to prohibit youth sports leagues from having practices or games before 2 o'clock on Sunday. This is a serious problem now for church-going families. Their kids get real fired up about sports, and they're on travel teams, and next thing you know, they're not going to church anymore because they got to go to games that are scheduled at 10 o'clock on Sunday morning. And that is at some level an imposition of Christianity upon the unbelieving. But I just think it would be good for our country if more people, be good for people's souls, the salvation of their souls, but also just good for the country in general, for people to be more firmly anchored in church life.
So, Rusty, here's what I would say. As I read somebody like Stephen Wolfe, I hear him saying things like that we are looking for a government that will not only attempt to bring about earthly good, right? Not only bring about sort of, or as you might put it, natural law good, or somebody might say common grace type good, but also heavenly good. That the government itself would be charged with bringing forth both types of good, right? Earthly and heavenly good. And to me, that's going too far.
No, but the government is responsible in many respects for directly promote earthly goods. But it's obviously the case that the government has an indirect should, if the government's properly, if our governors have a proper sense of the full human person, which is that we do have a natural desire for God, that the government would indirectly encourage it. As I say, the old laws limiting commerce on the Sabbath were were designed precisely to provide that indirect encouragement. And it's a very subtle. I mean, it's all very subtle. The question is, it's a question of degree, and reasonable people can disagree about how much and how far the government should go. But I think we could all agree that our political leaders ought to be thinking it is good for the souls of my fellow citizens if they were to stumble into a church sometime. And gee, how can I make that more likely?
Well, fascinating discussions. Once again, this is the Catholic vision. And in the Catholic vision, we have the common good. We have already seen that. But what is remarkable is that over and over again, the Sabbath is mentioned. For them, it is Sunday. But they want to legislate Sunday if they only have the power. And he was saying that as he was, obviously he was arguing for it, and he discovered that, well, that probably would be an imposition of Christianity upon the unbelieving. That's the wall of separation of church and state. No religion is to impose itself in matters of religion and worship upon others. That's the thing. But then he was justifying it, did you see that? Because it is good for the country. What do we call that? The common good. And he was saying that it would be good for the souls. Once again, that's not a political argument. That's a religious argument. And remember what Martin Luther said? Martin Luther said that the kings and the emperors have nothing to do with the soul. In other words, the inward spiritual life of the individual. Now, they could be creating, of course, so that they are not hostile against Christianity, which is a good thing. But the king and the emperor, or the politician, the senator, or whoever, is not supposed to be the one that is dictating to me what to do and how to do it in religious matters. Then this other person that is also part of the conversation was bringing about Stephen Wolfe, the case for Christian nationalism, which we went through. And he was saying that as a Baptist, because he's a Baptist, I have difficulty with coming to the line that yes, government is supposed to do with the earthly goods, but about the heavenly goods, that's the distinction for me. And the Catholic Rusty Reno was basically saying that, no, I don't have any problem with that. I don't have any problem with that. Well, the state should indirectly lead towards that. It's absolutely amazing to see how the arguments are being presented, and that is probably what we are going to hear in the near future.
So, Rusty, here's
Hunter.
Well, I would just say, I mean, I think that Rusty is not wanting to go to the extent that some of the Christian nationalists would go, right? I mean, so even the Baptists, who are the church-state separationist supreme, well, outside of the secularists, right? I mean, within the Christian world, we're the ones who want to separate church and state. But even the Baptists, early 20th century are in favor of blue laws, right? In favor of some of these things. But where it starts to get sticky is the degree to which you would not just make it easy to be a Christian, right? But to attempt to take the matter in hand to some degree, right? To compel attendance, to compel some kind of participation, to punish blasphemy or heresy, those sorts of things. And I think that many of at least the hard Christian nationalists, as maybe our conversation would have it, they are quite ready to do that.
I'm ready to punish blasphemy.
Okay.
Heresy, not so much, because we fall upon each other. Since, in other words, the divisions of Christianity in America are so extreme that it would be impossible and absurd. But I think I don't know how I would work it out, given the realities of our country. But again, we have a natural duty to render unto God worship. And I think obviously Jews, Muslims, Christians, and we can fight among ourselves about the proper nature of worship and the nature of God. But blasphemy is also a kind of violation of the natural law. I haven't thought about it, Hunter, but I'm not immediately rejecting it.
Notice that this other person that is part of the interview, he is raising the idea that, just for context, in the interview they are discussing hard Christian nationalism and soft Christian nationalism. And this Hunter guy, he's basically saying that, Rusty, he's probably not part of the hard Christian nationalists, because what the hard Christian nationalist wants to do is that they not only want to legislate Sabbath laws, they also want to legislate blasphemy laws and heresy laws. And then suddenly he just pops up, the editor, and says that, I don't have any problem with blasphemy laws. I might have problem with heresy laws because the current realities of America, listen to how he phrased it, because there are so many differences. But blasphemy laws, he says, I don't have any problem with that. Do you understand where we are going? Do you understand that blasphemy is not only what you say about God, but anything that has to do with the establishment that has been created? You cannot criticize it. You cannot question it. A presentation like this would be more than questioned, to say the least. And then a fascinating question is asked to Rusty. What about those who believe something else about Sunday? Listen to this.
Russ, this is for you. In a pluralistic society, in the example then, in terms of reinstating laws, at times then, you're not just talking about dealing with secularism, you're then isolating other religious groups. So in a pluralist society, if you reinstate blue laws, then you would have to outlaw sports teams on Saturday in order to accommodate Jews for the Sabbath, or Muslims, Seventh-day Adventists. So how do you kind of, thread that needle?
You got to balance what's best for the majority with what's needed to accommodate the minority. You always have to achieve that balance. I mean, in New York, there are accommodations for Orthodox Jewish communities to establish these boundaries in their neighborhoods so that they can, celebrate the Sabbath and visit with each other in accordance with Jewish law. So you have to, that if satisfying the demands of the majority can only be legitimate if it only imposes a reasonable and moderate burden upon the minority, it seems to me.
Well,
we're not obligated to satisfy every group under the sun. You have to make these judgments.
The question is asked, what about Seventh-day Adventists? What about Jews who do not keep Sunday but instead keep the Sabbath? And he's saying that, well, you need to have what is the majority and the minority, and you will have to find a balance. My question is, in a crisis situation, because that's the Adventist scenario, in a crisis situation, what is it that is not tolerated but followed? Is it what the majority want or what the minority want? I think you know the answer. And even at the very end of his answer, he says, well, we should not give, no accommodation should be given, or accommodation given to everybody is something that people should forget. So that was a very interesting answer to all of this. So Rusty Rayno, he was part of this Restoring a Nation conference, and Hammer said, we need to have Christianity. We need to have Christianity. And so the post-liberals fight for the weekend. Can any other issue unite the core constituencies of the new right quite like Sabbath restoration? The article says that the Sabbath is good realignment politics. It really is. At a time when workers have the job market advantage, A campaign for the Sabbath can bring together the labor unions, religious conservatives, and small business owners. That last group historically opposed abolishing blue laws for lack of ability to compete. Can any other issue unite 3 core constituencies of the new right quite like the Sabbath? That's really fascinating, because Ellen White has been speaking about that labor unions, trade unions, are also going to play an important role at the very end of times. So this new right of the post-liberal order is uniting these fascinating groups. This is still the Catholic version, and the Catholic social teaching, remember, which J.D. Vance said is going to be the basis for the optimal state that he seeks. Brett McLaughlin, a Jesuit priest, wrote an article in 2017 about recovering the Sabbath, Sunday observance as a universal human right, and civic cooperation. And what it's all about? It's all about the universal common good. It's present in religious legislation in Germany, and we must have it in the US. And the cooperationist model is present there. The Judeo-Christian tradition may be the source of advocacy for Sunday closing, yet a weekly rest from the economy serves all citizens. So the universal human right and the Sabbath is there in a common good perspective. So my friends, we have had a long presentation, but we have went through the Adventist scenario of the end time events, Revelation 13, how church and state is going to come together, the post-liberal order that we see coming together before our eyes, with a society built not upon the individual with its rights, but the common good. We looked at the Protestant version of Christian nationalism, and we see the call for church and state to legislate Sunday, and likewise with Catholic version of Christian nationalism. And let me present to you some concluding thoughts. In Project 2025, which if you have just a little bit followed in the news, the Democrats have been using Project 2025 as a way to discredit Donald Trump's campaign. And Project 2025 is a real thing, not necessarily what the Democrats are saying. Much of it is blown up stuff which might not even be true. But Project 2025 is what Heritage Foundation, Kevin Roberts, had planned together with many other conservative think tanks about how to make the best possible conservative administration as if a Republican would win. And so this happened long before President Trump had actually even said that he's going to run for president a second time. And just today, the Trump campaign made a statement on Project 2025. He says that President Trump's campaign has been very clear for over a year that Project 2025 had nothing to do with the campaign, did not speak for the campaign, and should not be associated with the campaign or the president in any way. Reports of Project 2025's demise would be greatly welcomed and should serve as notice to anyone or any group trying to misrepresent their influence with President Trump as the campaign. It will not end well for you. Now, we know that approximately 140 people in the Trump administration has been working on Project 2025. Several people have, from Trump's administration, actually written the policy proposals, including the Mandate for Leadership book for it. So yes, it hasn't been Trump's official campaign policies, and this is what Kevin Roberts, I find it really fascinating that he was saying to Glenn Beck on Blaze TV's YouTube channel about what Project 2025 is that was the time when Trump for the first time had distanced himself from Project 2025 and called it an extreme right group idea. And Kevin Roberts wasn't offended by that comment. He said something like this, and I'm paraphrasing, he made a good political move with this. So Kevin Roberts knew that this was a political decision from Donald Trump because they have to get away from this. But we have to remember that these are teams, and as this article says, today, July the 30th, Project 2025's director steps down. That's not Kevin Roberts, but the very person who was responsible for Project 2025. But think tank says work will go on. So the work goes on. Project 2025 still lives. And if Trump wins, which at the time now probably will happen, many or some of the policy proposals which are very close to Trump's current thinking on what should happen in politics is there. So it's a political move that he has done. And one final thing that could be said on this is that J.D. Vance wrote the foreword to the book that has recently come out from Kevin Roberts, the president of the Heritage Foundation. So there are so many ties connected to this that even if this would happen, that Trump has done this, remember, he is a politician at the very end. So why is this interesting? Well, Project 2025 has written this mandate for leadership, the conservative promise. And it was to be the opening salvo of presidential transition project. It has 30 chapters laid out, hundreds of clear and concrete policy recommendations for White House offices, cabinet departments, Congress, agencies, commissions, and boards. And the Heritage Foundations is once again facilitating this work. Why again? Because they have been doing this since the Reagan presidency, giving conservative administrations policy proposals for which they can done. And Reagan's administration adopted at least 50% of the proposals. It could happen again. But as our dozens of partners and hundreds of authors will attest, this book is the work of entire conservative movement. There you have it again. As such, the authors express consensus recommendations already forged, especially along 4 broad fronts that will decide America's future. Number 1, restore the family as the centerpiece of American life and protect our children. Notice, family must be protected. And with the family comes the Sunday, as I'm going to show you soon. Dismantle the administrative state and return self-governance to the American people. Defend our nation's sovereignty, borders, and secure our God-given individual rights to live freely, what our Constitution calls the blessings of liberty. On page 4, it says that today the left is threatening the tax-exempt status of churches and charities that reject woke progressivism. That will soon turn to Christian schools and clubs with the same totalitarian intent if something is not done. And so in chapter 18, in Department of Labor and Related Agencies, written by Jonathan Berry, he begins with the following mission statement. At the heart of the conservative promise is the resolve to reclaim the role of each American worker. Notice once again, in light of what we have read before, as the protagonist in his or her life, and to restore the family as the centerpiece. The family must become the centerpiece based upon Judeo-Christian tradition. And I believe on page 589, a Sabbath rest public policy proposal has been given that this is what should be done. And unfortunately, the communal day of rest has eroded under the pressures of consumerism and secularism, especially for low-income workers. And the proposal is that Congress should encourage communal rest by amending the Fair Labor Standards Act to require that workers be paid time and a half for hours worked on the Sabbath. That day would default to Sunday, except for employers with a sincere religious observance of a Sabbath at a different time, Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. The obligation would transfer to that period instead. Houses of worship and employers legally required to operate around the clock would be exempt, as would workers otherwise exempt from overtime. So it's fascinating that a Sunday rest policy proposal has been given where they say that that day would default on Sunday, but there would be an exemption for Sabbath observers. And we have known historically that exemptions given to minorities eventually fall out, eventually, is not respected anymore. It's not tolerated anymore. And the kind of clips that I have shown to you shows very, very quickly that religious liberty does not exist as we have understood with our Protestant Adventist heritage in this kind of common good mentality. And so this is a clip that is describing what it's all about.
One of the things that you and I have always been interested in is how can social conservatives take a bigger role in making public policy, not just on their little ghetto of like abortion, religious liberty, and small issues, but in every domain. But there are implications for social conservative values across many issues. One of the interesting proposals that you've laid out in Project 2025 handbook from Heritage is stuff around the Sabbath.
So what is Project 2025 and what is their objective? According to their own website, Project 2025 will build on 4 pillars that will collectively pave the way for an effective conservative administration. The project is the effort of a broad coalition of conservative organizations that have come together to ensure a successful administration begins in January 2025 with the right conservative policy recommendations. In this instance, Jonathan Berry, a contributing member, provides further detail on one of these policy recommendations.
In many respects, it is a return to something that basically always everyone ever had. And it's specifically the idea of encouraging Sabbath rest through discouraging commerce on the Sabbaths. But it would be an encouragement and inducement to rest, but really to kind of coordinate commercial activity for the other 6 days of the week, which is as long as we've had Sabbatarian civilization, beginning in Israel and continuing into Christendom. This is something that's been increasingly a part of the rhythm of civic life. Most importantly, for people to have space to worship and honor God, and secondly, to have times of communal rest with their families and with their communities.
So he was the one, as we saw, who wrote the policy proposal, the very chapter in Project 2025 that we want to have a Sunday rest. And if Trump wins, who knows if this policy proposal would end up there, but it's fascinating to see the developments. I'm going to finish with this quote. The Sabbath, according to the Great Controversy, it says, the Sabbath will be the great test of loyalty, for it is the point of truth especially controverted. When the final test shall be brought to bear upon men, then the line of distinction will be drawn between those who serve God and those who serve him not. While the observance of the false Sabbath in compliance with the law of the state, contrary to the fourth commandment, will be an avowal of allegiance to a power that is in opposition to God, the keeping of the true Sabbath, in obedience to God's law, is an evidence of loyalty to the Creator. While one class, by accepting the sign of submission to earthly powers, received the mark of the beast, the other, choosing the token of allegiance to divine authority, received the seal of God. Heretofore, those who presented the truths of the third angel's message have been regarded as mere alarmists. The predictions that religious intolerance would gain control in the United States, the church and state would unite to persecute those who keep the commandments of God, have been pronounced groundless and absurd. It has been confidently declared that this land could never become other than what it has been, the defender of religious freedom. But as the question of enforcing Sunday observance is widely agitated, the event so long doubted and disbelieved is seen to be approaching And the third message will produce an effect which it could not have had before. My dear friends, this has been a long presentation, but you have seen with your own eyes the developments, the rapid developments in which we are going towards the fulfillment of Bible prophecy. The Adventist scenario of the end times has never been as relevant as it is now. We are literally seeing things unfolding. And Ellen White also said that the final movements will be rapid ones. We are seeing things developing in such a way which is absolutely amazing. I have been a Seventh-day Adventist since 2011, and I have been a pastor for more than 7 years. And I have preached this message ever since I have been an Adventist. And to see things going in this direction, it warms my heart. You know why? Because it tells me that Jesus is about to come. It tells me that the God who has given the prophecy, the God who predicted this to John the Revelator in the book of Revelation, that God not only knows what is going to happen, that God is also going to take care of his people who will trust him by completely following his commandments and follow his will. My friends, the Protestant version of Christian nationalists says we want national Sunday law. The Catholic version says we want to have a Sunday law. We are seeing a development of a new order, the post-liberal order, built upon the common good. But we have to remember our Protestant heritage, and the Protestant heritage of liberty of conscience, liberty of worship, and all of these wonderful rights that God himself has given to us. Whether God will allow this to occur in the next couple of months or years, it's completely up to him. It is my prayer for all of us that God, in his grace, would pour out his Spirit upon us so that as many people as possible could hear this warning message and realize we are about to go home. This is exciting times. And friends, this is just the beginning. We will see prophecy fulfilled, and our faith will be strengthened as never before. There is Christ. He is coming. Make a surrender to him, who is your Savior, your Redeemer, and your best friend. We are about to go home. Thank you.